Mayor Sohi, we're live from the chamber.
All right, so good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Lakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton is away on council business. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
I'm here, but I have to do the password reset, so I might have to log out for a couple minutes.
Okay, no worries. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the adoption of the February 20th, 2024 City Council public hearing with the following changes. The replacement attachments for item 3.19, bylaw 20751.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
In favor.
Yes.
Councillor Rutherford's a yes.
Councillor Rice, yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I do have one, even though they're unable to join us virtually because of some of the precautionary measures being taken in the interim. I would like to welcome, and they're watching us virtually, kids from Holy Child School, grade 6 class, Ward Oreman, Councillor Stevenson, that's your ward, and they are watching us with the teacher Eva Molina. So thank you, kids. Nice to, we can't see you virtually, but you can see us virtually. So nice to meet you virtually, and hopefully soon we will be able to welcome back all of you to the City Hall. So enjoy the proceeding, and also enjoy your day at City Hall School. Okay. All right. Explanation of the public hearing. The clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with. I will call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws that they wish to discuss and vote on the bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first in panels, followed by those opposed in panels. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the council chamber. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. But all of you are participating virtually, so we encourage you to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions to those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. All of you are participating virtually, so please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the hand raise function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation or registration or a city clerk at edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, which you are not, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. In the event of emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. And before I actually go to ask who's registered to speak, maybe at this time we'll ask clerk to do the procedural on the evacuation.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, good morning. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell and take the stairs to ground level, evacuating the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to a muster point. Please do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or to the meeting clerk during an evacuation. And finally, please speak with security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at this time, I'll go to clerk again. May you please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 20712, to allow for mixed-use development and the relocation of the George Spady Society's medically supported detoxification unit, Glenwood?
We have Ellie Fan to answer questions only. Lindy Dohaniak to answer questions only. Loretta Garrick to make a presentation. And Tracy Froland to answer questions only. I'll check with Lorette. Lorette, are you here to answer questions only, or you make a presentation?
I'm here to answer questions only, but I also am here to do a presentation as well, if needed.
If it's selected. Okay, got it.
Yes.
And all four speakers are from George Spady Society, and no one is in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Sohi, can you confirm each person is present online?
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you.
Ellie Fan, are you there?
Hi, yeah, it's Eli Pham, and
Eli.
similar
Okay.
to
So Eli, thank you.
yeah.
Lindy Dohaniak, are you there?
I am here.
Lorette is there. Tracy Froland, are you there?
Yes, I am here as well.
Thank you. Okay, no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Bylaw 20276, to close a portion of road Heritage Valley Town Center?
We have Yolanda Liu to answer questions only from Stantec. Yolanda, are you there?
Good morning.
Okay, thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 20748, to allow for the development of a public benefit, a range of small-scale housing and street-oriented row housing on individual shallow lots, River's Edge?
We have Rihanna Rahman to answer questions only in favor, and Christine Lee to answer questions only in favor, both from Qualico. Rihanna and Christine, are you both there?
Good morning.
I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, Bylaw 20722, to amend the Big Lake Area Structure Plan, or item 3.5, Bylaw 20723, to amend the Hawks Ridge Neighborhood Structure Plan, or item 3.6, Bylaw 20724, to amend the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 20725, to allow for a range of small-scale housing, limited neighborhood-scale development on parkland, development that provides a public benefit, and to preserve natural areas and parkland, Hawks Ridge.
In favor, we have Dylan Hunchak to answer questions only. Anthem Properties, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Thank you. Scott Restad to answer questions only from Anthem Properties. Anthem. Scott? Okay, we'll check back if this is selected. Mark Huberman to answer questions only.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. And Keith Davies to answer questions only from Stantec.
Hello, good morning.
And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.8, 3.9, and 3.10 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, Bylaw 20729, to amend the Dakoto Area Structure Plan, or item 3.9, Bylaw 20730, to amend the Alsace Neighborhood Structure Plan, or item 3.10, Charter Bylaw 20731, to allow for a range of low, medium, and high-density residential development, natural areas, a future school site, and a storm water facility, Alsace.
We have Amy Stewart to answer questions only in favor. Stewart Andrew, are you there, Amy?
Good morning.
Thank you. And Crystal Brightwell to answer questions only from Cameron Communities. In favor, are you there, Crystal?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.11, Bylaw 20755, amendment to the Griesba Neighborhood Area Structure Plan?
We have in favor Brian Murray, BA Studio. Brian,
Good morning,
are you there? Thank you. And Carrie Paulina, Canada Lands Company. Are you there, Carrie?
I am. Good morning.
Thank you. Katie Souls to answer questions only. Souls and Company. Katie, are you there?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
Angela Lee to answer questions only. Select Engineering. Angela, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Olga Messinis to answer questions only. Tool
Yes,
Design. Thank you. Ryan Batty to answer questions only. Tool Design.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. No one is in opposition. I want to ask Brian Murray and Carrie Paulina, are you here to make presentation if this is selected? Or
Only if required. Yep, only if required.
Oh, only if required. That's from Brian and Carrie Paulina as well?
The same, yes, only
Thank
if
you.
the request required.
Okay. All right. No one is in opposition. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.12, Charter Bylaw 20753, to adjust building heights and add more commercial opportunities at the West Block Development, Glenora?
In favor, we have Yolanda Liu to answer questions only. Yolanda, I know you're there. Holly Mickelson to answer questions only from Stantec. Holly, you there?
Yeah, good morning.
Stuart Fraser to answer questions only from Kentiro.
Good morning.
Adrian Benoit to answer questions only from GE Architecture. Adrian,
Good morning.
thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.13, Charter Bylaw 20758, to allow for small-scale mixed-use development, Alberta Avenue?
We have in favor Aman Hamid to answer questions only. Aman, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.14, Charter Bylaw 20759, to allow for a variety of commercial businesses, Rideau Park?
We have Andrew Olson to answer questions only in favor from EINS. Andrew, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
And Ryan Edick to answer question only from EINS. In favor? Ryan?
Hello.
No one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.15 and 3.16 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.15, Bylaw 20760, to amend the McKernan Belgravia Station Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.16, Charter Bylaw 20761, to allow for medium-scale housing, McKernan?
We have Alison Rossland from Situate in favor. Alison, are you there?
Good morning. Yes, I'm here, and I only need to give the presentation if it's selected for debate.
Yes, there are members of community in opposition, so this item will be selected. Jacob DeWong. Jacob, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Thank
Hello?
you. Yes, thank you so much. And we have two members of public register to speak in opposition. Julie McLennan. Julie McLennan.
Good morning. I'm here.
Thank you, Julie. And Devin Beggs, Belgravia Community League.
Present.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.17 and 3.18 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.17, Bylaw 20744, to amend the Oliver Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.18, Charter Bylaw 20745, to allow for large-scale housing, Oliver?
In favor, we have Yolanda Liu to answer questions only from Stantec. Yolanda is there. Holly Mickelson to answer questions only. Holly is there as well. Paul Lanny to answer questions only from Everton. Paul?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. And we have two members of public register to speak in opposition. Jordan Brandon Gier, joining the morning.
Present. Good morning.
Jordan, are you there? Okay. And Lorraine Andreas, Kenwood Place Condominiums.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Please
Thank
go ahead.
you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.19 and 3.20 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.19, Bylaw 20751, to amend the 104 Avenue Corridor Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.20, Charter Bylaw 20752, to allow large-scale housing, Oliver?
In favor, we have Yolanda Liu to answer questions only. Yolanda is here. Paul Lanny to answer questions only. Paul is here. Holly Mickelson to answer questions only, and Holly is here as well. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.21 and 3.22 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.21, Bylaw 20746, to amend the Central McDougall Queen Mary Park Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.22, Charter Bylaw 20747, to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Queen Mary Park?
In favor, we have Jeff Booth. Jeff, you there? From
Good morning.
Situate. And Aurora De Leon from Situate.
Good morning. I'm here.
Thank you. And we have one member of public register to speak in opposition, Scott Zobat. Scott, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.23, Charter Bylaw 20757, to allow for shorter buildings without step-backs? Holyrood?
In favor, Raj Duna to answer questions only from Regency Developments. Raj, are you there? No, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.24 and 3.25 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.24, Bylaw 20732, to amend the Ellerslie Area Structure Plan, or item 3.25, Charter Bylaw 20733, to allow for a range of low-density residential development and expansion of an existing stormwater management facility, Ellerslie Industrial, and the Orchards at Ellerslie?
In favor, we have Rod Henricks to answer questions only from Stantec. Rod, are you there?
Good morning. Yes, I'm here.
And Joe Marchese to answer questions only from Avelia, sorry.
Good morning.
And Patrick Shaver to answer questions only from Avelia.
Yes, good morning. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one member of public registered to speak in opposition, Catherine Shuttle. Are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.26, Charter Bylaw 20721, to allow for a small-scale commercial center, Glengarry?
We have one in favor, Renan Swans, to answer questions only from Clarity Development. Renan,
Good morning. I have a presentation if selected.
Yeah, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. That's all of the bylaws.
Okay. There are a handful. Catching up, right? Okay. Protocol, sorry, call persons. Okay, select bylaws for discussion, please. Colleagues, here you go. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'd like to select items 3.8, 3.9, and 310, please.
So 3.8, 3.9, 3.10. Yep.
That's right.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to select items 317, 318.
17 and 18. Yep.
And items 321 and 322.
21, 322. Councillor Rutherford.
Can I please select item 3.11?
3.11. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I would like to select 3.2.
3.2. Okay. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Quick questions on 3.1, please.
3.1. Councillor Tang.
3.24 and 25, please.
Sorry. 3.24 and 3.25. Okay, so we have selected Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll select item 3.26, please.
3.26. Okay. Yeah. 315 and 316. I know Councillor Jens has to step out for a bit, so I will. Can someone select 315 and 316, please?
Yes, happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. Is anything we're missing where we have members of public in opposition that we haven't selected? I don't think so. Okay. All right, I'll go through what we have selected. 3.1, 3.2, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, 3.11, 3.15, 3.16, 3.17, 3.18, 3.21, 3.22, 3.24, 3.25, and 3.26. And at this time, I'll go to Councillor Cartmell to deal with the rest of this stuff.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.12, 3.13, 3.14, 3.19, 3.20, and 3.23.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. So please vote.
Just waiting on 3 votes. Councillor Rutherford? Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
I voted yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move closure, or pardon me, first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Councillor Rutherford? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Getting hard to hear the room. Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote for the second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Just waiting on 1 vote. Councillor Paquette?
I did indeed vote yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20748, Bylaw 20722, Bylaw 20723, Bylaw 20724, Charter Bylaw 20725, Charter Bylaw 20753, Charter Bylaw 20758, Charter Bylaw 20759, Bylaw 20751, Charter Bylaw 20752, and Charter Bylaw 20757.
Second.
Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I voted yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Vote is carried. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Rice, for moving those bylaws. And now we are on to first item, which is 3.1, Charter Bylaw 20712, to allow for mixed-use development and relocation of the George Spady Society's medically supported detoxification unit, Glenwood. Councillor Knack, you selected. You have a quick question. Do you need a present?
I don't need a presentation, thank you.
You
No.
do not need a presentation, so Loretta doesn't have to make a presentation. So you have questions to the proponent or
To the proponent, please,
Okay.
yeah.
We'll directly go to questions, so please direct your questions to whoever that you think can answer, or just generally to the people who are registered to speak. So Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Perfect, thank you. And thanks for being here today. I know we've had some chances to chat a little bit, and I've received some correspondence from some folks in the community, and just wanted to just quickly review what I've heard and make sure that I'm understanding correctly. Because right now you have an existing detox space that this is the site that's looking to be moved. That same site currently has a supervised consumption site, but that's not planned to be moved. Although I would argue we still need something in the West End. That's not actually what's before us today. It's just the medical piece that you're currently operating, but to be able to do more beds, correct?
I can answer that. That is correct.
Okay, great. And so is there any thinking, I guess that's not before us, I guess I was just curious if there was any plan for anything like that, or this site pretty much only allows you, even with the expanded space, to just run the detox space. So you'll continue to operate the supervised consumption site in your current space that you're using right now?
For the current time, yes. At some point, we will be moving the supervised consumption site, but we're not ready to do that work yet, nor do we have another location for it. But it is definitely not going to the same site. The space doesn't allow for it at the 156 site. So we have time because it'll be a year before we're moved into the new location. So we'll be doing that work.
Great.
It's ongoing.
And that process involves along with finding a suitable zone spot within the city. You have a separate provincial process for that work when that time comes. But the detox site's ready to go if the zoning's approved.
That's correct.
Okay, great, Mayor Sohi. Those are my only questions.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Knack. At this time, I will ask council members if you have any questions to members of the public or administration on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. I am seeing none. We are ready to close the bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move closure of item 3.1.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Okay. All right. So we have also please vote for closing of the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of item 3.1.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Knack to close.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. I appreciate that we didn't have speakers in opposition, and yet I think it was still good to select this one. Wanted to start by just thanking the folks from George Spady. I know they did take a lot of questions from community members. They took some time to meet with the business association and really try to make sure folks understood what was being applied for. As noted in my questions, while they aren't moving their supervised consumption site, and I would again yet argue we still actually do need one in the West End as we do in other parts of the city. That was sort of the bigger point that I was getting feedback on from residents, and when I was able to share the information about what they were looking to do, what's currently allowed on the site, which is an 1,000 square meter detox site, so they could already do that today without a rezoning before us. But really this is an opportunity to serve even more people. And sharing the information, I would, anyone who emailed me, I shared the direct link to the George Spady detox site, the information they have on their website, and said, here's actually what they're working on doing. I had, out of anyone who contacted me, only had one person reach back out who still was a little bit uneasy, but everyone else either didn't respond back or was completely comfortable with what was being proposed. So again, I just want to say I'm actually really excited that we can be home to this site. I think it's a great location. I appreciate your willingness from all the team at George Spady to work with the community. I know you're going to continue to do that as you set up, and even just from the business association side, I understand that they're after having sat down and understood what's being talked about, are actually a lot more excited about what's coming forward. So yet again, this is a good example of folks and I just want to really say appreciate all of the communities in the West End because we've had a few different applications for different things, supportive housing, things like that, and the communities in the West End have been very, very welcoming, as evident by sort of the response to these public hearings, which is virtually non-existent, and that to me is a good sign and a clear understanding that folks in the West End know we have folks who need support. And we're seeing it, and this won't solve everything by any stretch. This is more a moving and an expansion a little bit, but we need more of this across the city. And so, looking forward to this site being activated. That's just another important piece. This building has been a new building that has sat there empty for actually a couple of years now, and I actually think having some activation, having some space there is going to help make that area a little more vibrant, because it sort of feels a little empty when you're going by the transit center and you've got this brand new building sitting there doing absolutely nothing. So excited to have that. While I know we don't always select things when we don't have speakers in opposition, I just wanted to say thanks to everyone involved, and I would encourage all my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 3.1.
Councillor Stevenson, thank you. Please vote second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.1.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20712.
Second.
Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So to the good folks of George Spady, the bylaw has passed. Congratulations, and please keep up your very important work in in the community. Okay. With that, we're going to move on to our next item, which is 3.2 Bylaw 20276 to close a portion of road Heritage Valley Town Center. This was exempted by Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, do you need a presentation from administration?
No, I don't. I just have a quick question to the developer and the administration.
Okay, well, at this time, Yolanda Liu is here to answer questions only. And Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I want to thank everyone come here for this public hearing and specifically for this Heritage Valley Town Center, one portion of the road, 127th Street closing. So during my visits neighborhoods in the weekend, last weekend, and I do have a few questions. I want to get some clarification on behalf of my constituents, even though I know there is nobody select this and for opposition to speak. So the first question to Unite Lu, and then specifically for this portion of 127th Street closure. So what's the traffic impact to be for the surrounding neighborhood?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. So this portion of 127th Street was anticipated to be closed within the approved Heritage Valley Town Center. And so the roadways of 127th Street is proposed to, it actually already does, angle kind of to a southeast direction in terms of going towards 26th Avenue. And then there are new roadways, both north-south and east-west, to connect the roadways in the neighborhood to surrounding neighborhoods as well.
Okay, that's very good. And in terms of, because the purpose of closure for this portion of the road is for the mixed-use development in that triangle piece. So constituents ask what type of development could be included in that mixed-use development?
Okay, yeah, so the approved town center NASP does include this area as mixed use in its land use concept. It's to be consolidated with the parcel to the east. Under mixed use, you can have a mix of commercial and residential uses, whether vertically or horizontally mixed on the site.
So if there is a commercial use, because right across and is our fire station there. So do you think any like traffic issues could impact our fire services in the time and way if we have that mixed use there?
There shouldn't be any impacts when the development comes forward with a development permit. Depending on the density, the amount of traffic, a transportation impact assessment could be asked for at that time, and any access points are as per approved transportation standards as well.
Okay, so that is very clear, and thank you very much and for the questions. For your answers. Mayor Sohi, that's question to the developer. So I have a few questions to administration as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. So this concludes the questions to the folks in favor. At this time, we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And so there are a few questions here received from my constituents. I want to get some information and more detailed. So one is about the 28th Avenue. When is that 28th Avenue will be open? This is more about the transportation infrastructure in that area, specifically and for Heritage Valley Town Center, because that is the center and for the South development and then really impact people and live in surrounding town center. So they want to know the first set 28th Avenue, when is that open? Because these questions come to my office over 1 year ago, and from two community leagues. One is Chappelle Community Leagues, one is Heritage Point Community Leagues. I have been working with fire chief for this one as well. The really concern behind this question is about how we can provide the timely fire services and to the Chappelle area, and give the factor right now the fire risk, the fire safety, and become the bigger and big concerns.
Councillor Rice, in terms of 28th Avenue, it has been constructed as the development has occurred adjacent to it. For instance, today, first two urbanized lanes exist next to Paisley neighborhood. And as it continues east, there is additional construction tied to the construction of the hospital. It will happen with that development. In terms of the fire rescue services question, typically we do loop in FRS on all applications as zoning comes forward. And to date, we have not heard any concerns in terms of the accessibility to whether Paisley or the Heritage Valley Town Center. One of the things I would add is as part of this road closure application, FRS has requested to extend 122 Street in order to continue to serve a rural residential lot that currently takes access off of 127 Street. So those are some of the things happening in this area as far as the network expansion is concerned.
Specifically for 28th Avenue, what I heard here, there is no specific timeline when that be open. So what I heard is upon to the new hospital development. And so right now we don't have timeline. We could communicate back to the community. So that is correct.
Yes, that would be hard to give a specific timeline, but it is on the horizon, I would say, because the hospital construction is moving forward. So maybe in the realm of 3 to 4 years, we will see further progress along 28.
Okay, so that is the first one. The second one, and because they come so broad by two community leagues, specific talk about the timeline for the fire services, they going 127th Street, go Alice Road, or going another more south side. Do we have the alternative pathway and for the fire services could move faster and from Rutherford, that is the current station, and we have for the fire services to the Chappelle area, to the more west area. So that is the big concern right now I heard and from community leagues and also from people who live in that neighborhood. How this road closure will impact that, and then is there any additional impact or no impact?
There is not going to be any impact to fire rescue services because of the road closure.
Okay, so what is alternative road? And for the fire station 28 in Rutherford right now goes to the Chappelle. So I want that to be very clear. And either like 36th Avenue could be used, how that pathway looks like. Because the concern about the info, they could use 28th Avenue. If that open, I heard it's 3 to 4 years away. And during this time, is there any other way and we can improve that?
Yes, in terms of Chappelle, if you see, there are definitely other alternatives, both from the west and the east. From the east, we have 41 Avenue that is available. Heritage Valley Trail, that is another roadway that is expanding and being constructed as the development is happening.
Okay.
I will follow up because my time is out.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, any other questions to administration on this? If not, at this time, I will ask if there are any questions to administration or to the proponent, any questions related to new information that might have arisen from the previous conversation. Okay, seeing none, we are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
I'm happy to move to close this bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack. Okay, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, I move the
Rice?
first reading. Yeah, I move the first reading for this bylaw 20276.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a first reading on the floor. At this time, I open the floor for anyone to speak. I see none. Councillor Rice to close.
We'll be very quick. I want to say thank you for all the work for the development of the Heritage Valley Town Center, because this is really important center and for the neighborhoods in the South Edmonton, and how we development, how we make sure the public services will be efficient and effective, and also how to balance the commercial use and with transportation infrastructure, and also how to balance the commercial development and the residential development. That is another important point what I heard and from residents here. I want to thank all the developer work happened there, and then also from constituents live in those areas. They're really looking forward to see more public services, including like recreation center, sports fields, and district parks, and also commercial developments to support the people living in that area. So for this portion of the road closed, and will contribute to that outcome, to that goal. So I'm going to support it, and also encourage my colleagues to support this development for the future development for these road closures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move the second reading and for this bylaw.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move the consideration of the third reading for bylaw 20276.
Second.
Yeah, so please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried.
I move the final reading of the third reading and for the bylaw 20276.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Now we are. Okay, our next items are 3.8, 3.9, bylaw 20729 to amend the DECO 2 area structure plan, as well as 3.9, bylaw 20730 to amend ELSIS neighborhood structure plan. This is exempted by Councillor Wright. And let's see, 3.8, and also 310 as well. Where's, yeah, they're all together, and 310 too. So Councillor Wright, do you need a presentation?
No, I don't need a presentation. I just have a few questions for administration.
Administration and no questions to the folks in favor?
That's correct.
Okay, so no questions to any questions to folks in the favor from other council members? No, then we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'm just looking at the planning report and I just want to confirm that this is 17th Street, not 117th Street.
I apologize, Councillor, that is correct.
Someone just got a little jittery with the ones there. Okay, so so this is for the ASP and the NSP as well. I know it's this request isn't going as far east as 17th Street, but I'm just wondering who's responsible then for the road construction on Ellerslie Road out to 17th Street. My concern is that's a very dangerous intersection there in around that where that little wetland dips down across Ellerslie Road, and I'm just wondering who would then be responsible for that area.
I think what I'm going to do is actually get my colleague from transportation to jump in and maybe talk about the timelines of that construction.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wright, 17th Street construction is part of the ARA bylaw, so it is the responsibility of area developers. As the zoning and subdivision happens in the vicinity of that arterial, that will be part of the condition of subdivision and will be done at that time.
Okay, thank you very much. So nothing we can do about that right now.
Correct.
And then I'm just also in the planning report, it mentions that that the proposed amendment generally aligns with the policies and objectives of the NSP. What is not in alignment?
I'm primarily, that would be the land use concept. The policies, everything that's being proposed in this application does align with the policies. It's just the specificity that the plan outlines is what's being amended here.
And what are those specifics?
Oh, that would be the north-south collector roads being realigned, as well as the east-west one, specific locations of natural areas. And then I believe the report talks about introduction of a high-density residential site being located on Ellerslie as well.
Okay. And then I think we'd also had some other bylaws that were on the January 29th agenda dealing with this ASP and NSP. Is there, I'm just wondering how come those weren't brought forward to the next, like this next public hearing, when we would see those, and is there going to be any problem with those ones?
There's not any conflict between these. The applications are sort of discrete enough areas that they don't overlap with one another, and I believe that the remainder of those items are coming on the March 11th item.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you. And I think that's all I had. No, there was one other question in regards to as far as like traffic lights and crosswalks and that for the roads, those collector roads and that are being put in. What is the requirement? I know like in new developments, that is a concern for residents, is that the traffic gets there, I guess, before any lights or crosswalks are put in. What's the requirement for those to be put in at what point?
Councillor, sorry. Councillor, that in this area, specifically the area that is being amended, the trigger that we see over here is a combination of both the residential development and the school site. So there has been a lot of direction provided within the NSP that requires safe crossings, shared pathways that needs to be constructed, and that will happen in concurrently with the collector construction and as required.
Okay, are we waiting for a school to be put in there before we would take care of any of those traffic safety concerns?
So any infrastructure that is, for instance, traffic calming, bulb outs and everything will be part of the construction regardless, because we don't want to do that after the fact. However, any softer measures, they could be triggered by the school.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I think you've addressed most of my concerns.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Wright. So at this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to the proponent or to administration, any new information arising out of the previous discussion. Seeing none. And Councillor Wright, you want to move for closing the public hearing on this bylaw, these bylaws?
Yes, I move closure on items 3.8, 3.9, and 310.
Thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I move first reading on items 3.8, 3.9, and 310.
Second.
Okay, we have a first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Wright to close.
No, that's fine.
Good. Okay,
Thank you.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I move second reading on items 3.8, 3.9, and 310.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Carried.
And let me see, that was second reading, so I'll move consideration of third reading on 3.8, 3.9, and 310.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Carried.
And I move third and final reading of bylaw 20729, bylaw 20730, and charter bylaw 20731.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Carried. Thank you so much. Next, we go to 3.11.
Good morning.
Just hold on. 3.11, which is bylaw 20755, amendments to Greenspa Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, exempted by Councillor Rutherford. There are members of the public who desired to make a presentation if this was selected for discussion. I will ask them, maybe I'll ask Councillor Rutherford, would you like to see a presentation from administration?
Yes, I would.
Okay, please go ahead. I'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. This application proposes to reconfigure land uses within the Greenspa Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or NASP, to facilitate the redevelopment of 65-hectare site in the northeast corner of the Greenspa neighborhood. Next slide, please. The site was originally developed as military housing in the 1950s. In the surrounding areas of Greenspa, redevelopment has been underway since the 2000s and is complete in many portions of the neighborhood. The site is adjacent to future bus rapid transit, BRT, route along its east and north boundaries, as well as a future LRT stops are planned to the west of the site with a Metro Line LRT expansion. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment supports the city plan goals of building 50% of new units citywide through infill and achieving 50% of trips by transit and active modes. The amendment area covers approximately 1/4 of the Griesbach neighborhood and accommodates a mix of commercial cluster, 2 pedestrian villages, pocket parks, and it protects the historic maple trees along 97th Street. Next slide, please. The mixed-use commercial cluster is proposed along 153rd Avenue, and to encourage walkability and community gathering, it is intended to have active frontages and be surrounded by medium-density residential and programmable open space. Next slide, please. Also along portions of 153rd Avenue, the amendment supports community windows, which are an urban design feature at the end of neighborhood streets where they meet arterial roadways. These community windows provide views and pedestrian access into the neighborhood rather than lining the road with backyard fences. Next slide, please. 2 pedestrian villages are proposed near the center of the amendment area and will accommodate mid-rise buildings and other flexible housing types. The village will be adjacent to open space, neighborhood amenities, and be connected to commercial cluster on 153rd Avenue with pedestrian pathways. Next slide, please. The pedestrian village connections will be part of a broader active modes network that spans the amendment area. The network includes shared pathways that are located both adjacent to roadways and through non-vehicular right-of-ways. Approximately 25 continuous crossings are planned through the network to calm traffic and provide ease of active mode users. Next slide, please. Pocket parks are strategically located within a 2-minute walk of any residential location on the site and will preserve existing natural features throughout the amendment area. The pocket parks have enhanced sidewalks and extended boulevards to functionally increase their size and provide additional open space. In addition to municipal reserves owing on the site, the landowner is intending to provide an additional 1 hectare of non-credit municipal reserve to complete this network of parks. Next slide, please. Included in the non-credit municipal reserve is an area of park space that will protect the existing historical stand of maple trees along 97th Street. This designation will transfer ownership of the tree stand from private to public inventory. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback on this application through the Engaged Edmonton page, an in-person open house, the Edmonton Journal, and through 7,500 notices mailed to surrounding residents and community leagues. Through this engagement, administration received 6 comments in support of densification, accessibility, and increased amenities. 29 mixed comments were received, as well as 12 comments in opposition with concerns around traffic and parking, commercial development, and densification. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this bylaw be approved as the proposed application supports the city plan goal to build 50% of new units through infill, the goal to achieve 50% of trips made by transit and active modes, and supports the big city move greener as we go by preserving a historic tree stand and other natural features throughout the neighborhood, while providing a network of pocket parks within 2-minute walks of every resident in the amenity area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Councillor Rutherford, questions to administration?
I can't ask questions to administration yet. I do have questions for administration.
Yes, you do. And so so there were 2 people. I'll ask them if they want to make a presentation. Brian, Murray, and...
I don't need a presentation from Brian, but I do have questions.
Okay, I'll ask them if they want to make a presentation. So Brian and Carrie, do you want to make a presentation?
Good morning. It would be our preference to make the presentation.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. You have that ability to do so. So go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. We'll start with Carrie, Mayor. We'll speak in a panel if that's still okay.
Yeah, you want to, Carrie, you want to go first?
And the clerk has our presentation, Mayor.
Okay. Here we go.
Great, thank you. Hello, Mayor Sohi and councillors. My name is Carrie Paulina. I'm the Senior Director of Real Estate with Canada Lands Company. And today I just want to present a brief overview of Canada Lands Company, the Village at Griesbach to date, and then lead into the northeast corner of the project and the NASP amendment that's in front of you today. I'm presenting in panel with our lead consultant, Brian Murray from BNA. Next slide, please. Most of you are familiar with Canada Lands Company and our work in Edmonton and in developing the village at Griesba. We're a self-financing federal crown corporation. We specialize in real estate and development and attractions management. Across Canada, we have real estate offices and projects in most major cities, and we've been creating complete communities for over 25 years. We have several projects in partnership with First Nations and a proven track record of creating the most sought-after communities in Canada. Next slide, please. We acquired the village at Griesba lands in North Edmonton, over 250 hectares or 600 acres from the Department of National Defence in 2003. We've been actively developing the former Griesba military barracks for over 20 years now, and we've won industry awards locally and nationally for best community. We pride ourselves on creating enhanced neighborhood amenities, open space, and streetscapes, and in commemoration that weaves throughout the community and creates a strong sense of place and belonging. We have the largest community garden in the city with over 144 in situ plots at the base of the 24-acre Central Hill Park, a unique amenity all of its own with its 90-foot summit and clear views of the downtown skyline. We've built a complete community, a village in the north, and a legacy within the city of Edmonton. Next slide, please. In 2021, we began planning for the development of the remainder of the village at Griesba. We assembled a design team to support this almost 3-year process of engagement, master planning, and development of the NASP amendment. The Griesba Collaborative is an interdisciplinary team of professionals created specifically for the village at Griesba Northeast Corner Master Plan. The team includes a range of award-winning professionals and local experts to deliver on the aspirational goals for this master planned community. Next slide, please. We have over 160 acres of land remaining to be developed in what we call the northeast corner of the village at Griesba. This area of the community was always identified in the NASP and was always planned for development. We identified that the design of this portion of the plan needed to be refined to include the voices of the existing residents and the existing community, to incorporate design changes based on the new city plan, to reflect current market conditions, and to incorporate our own enhanced strategic and ESG corporate priorities. We elected to complete our own comprehensive master plan and community engagement process ahead of this NASP amendment, and we started this process in 2021, onboarding consultants, and in early 2022, we began engaging with existing residents. We continued engagement throughout 2022 and 2023, making our formal application to the city in May. City engagement wrapped up last fall, and we're now in front of council today seeking approval of the plan. The development of a master plan and policy amendment renew the vision for the northeast corner of Griesba to include more urban, mixed use, adaptable, inclusive, and sustainable forms of development with increased density and a broader mix of housing types and tenures. Next slide, please. Before I move into details on the process and the plan, I just wanted to speak briefly about our commitment to affordable housing. This was a central focus for us during planning and will continue to be a focus for us as we move to development. The Northeast Corner currently has 520 residential homes that are rented by Canada Lands Company at low end of market rates. The home services and supporting infrastructure are nearing end of life and need to be replaced. We've always identified this as an area that will be redeveloped. Project outreach began in January of 2022 with the creation of a residential transition strategy for current residents of the Northeast Corner rental units. The residents were notified before any public announcements took place. We began providing notice of the first phase of redevelopment 2 to 5 years prior to construction starting. We have phased the removal of this housing stock to keep housing in place for up to 4 years while the previous phases are being developed. We hired a full-time resident transition coordinator who's available to work with residents one-on-one to understand their housing needs, connect them with rental opportunities within or near Griesba. The resident transition coordinator will remain until the last phase of housing removal. We're committed to exceeding the city's target of 16% for affordable housing, and we've already been actively working to bring affordable housing to the community, enabling over 600 units to date. Affordable housing is a key priority for the village at Griesba and the Northeast Corner. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brian.
Thanks, Carrie. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
We're just getting there. Just hold on. Here you go.
Sure. And next slide again. Thanks so much. Our process is where this project differs from others. We started our journey by connecting with residents and learning what matters most about the Griesbach neighborhood and how it might evolve into the future. From our shared vision and guiding principles, we created neighborhood concepts and tested them with the community and our city building partners with administration to improve our plans and create a final neighborhood concept that was endorsed by all. We then translated our plans into the statutory plan amendments that are before you today. Next slide, please. With over 500 conversations over the past 2.5 years, it's no surprise that the residents and community members of Griesbach have significant pride and love for the place they call home. Our community told us they wanted a diversity of housing so they can age in their community and their kids can live close. They want to connect with friends and neighbors on the trails and at the bridge and at the cafe. They want a sustainable future for their children and bring options into the community. They want local shops and a place to hang out, and they want to continue to have a unique identity and commemorate our cultures and heritage. The outcome of our plan is the result of significant, inclusive, and collaborative engagement that has given citizens a voice in the process. Next slide, please. Our plan is based on the rich conversations had and will evolve over time. The plan challenges the status quo, advances creative placemaking, is walkable and human scaled, and connects the community with nature in meaningful ways. As administration mentioned, the project does support city plan goal to build infill and increase ridership on transit. It increases densities exceeding the EMRB targets and supports the big city move greener as we grow with our enhanced open space network and sustainability strategies. Canada Land's commitment to continue to build Griesbach to the highest possible standard and to leave a lasting legacy for all Canadians will continue on. Next slide, please. Using a framework we call Green City Compass, we created key project objectives around 5 core pillars of sustainability, aligned with the City of Edmonton to deliver tangible project outcomes as development continues and the neighborhood evolves. These are only a few of the strategies we will explore and include in our work. Our sustainability and climate resilience roadmap will guide development of Griesbach over the next 20 years. Next slide, please. The northeast corner of Griesbach has been designed with our community. At its heart, we have a vibrant village square supported by retail and neighborhood services. We have planned parkettes throughout the plan, so no park is more than a 2-minute walk from everyone's home, strategically located to preserve as many existing trees as we can. We have established an extensive green network connecting people with nature and have created places to gather and celebrate. Next slide, please. We have introduced creative ways to expand open space in the transportation network and introduced shared streets as a creative placemaking opportunity. We have reached out and connected our multimodal network to the surrounding communities and provided a range of options for all users. Next slide, please. And we have created opportunities to pause, reflect, and celebrate our past, connect with nature, preserving what matters most, and continuing to create one of the most lovable neighborhoods in Edmonton. Thank you very much. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. At this time, we'll go to questions to the proponent, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I have 3 buckets of questions, so I just want to acknowledge off the bat that I might need a couple rounds. One of the biggest concerns I hear in Griesbach, and it's kind of a lesson learned, I think, from other areas that have already built out, is around traffic safety and traffic calming. So for example, City Admin recently put in some speed humps because there was some major speeding. I get a lot of concerns about Gauchi Avenue. I did see in the report talking about some raised crosswalks on Griesbach Road, but I'm just wondering if there was any look at external to that area or the intersection of that area, how the network will all work together.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. If you don't mind, I'll turn it over to our engineering consultants at Tool Design Group, Olga or Ryan.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Rutherford, one of the considerations that we did make, and we did similarly hear from the community members at Griesbach, that there were existing speeding concerns. You will see a lot of the features within the community have been developed to create slower streets. Clearly the interaction is a little bit different with the northeast quarter. with the presence of shared pathways, raised and continuous crossings. The nature of the street network is a little discontinuous, and as to prevent those similar pass-through speeding concerns. And that is the approach that we took within the community. Now, with some of the existing intersections, again, the enhancements from the development as we connect and link into the existing roadway network. Similarly, you'll see those same curb extensions, narrowing of certain intersections to prevent a lot of those common speeding concerns.
So in the map, there's the one road that goes north-south or south-north, and it has just a slight bend in it. That was one that looks like it could be a speed. So what kind of traffic calming measures are going on that section of road?
I'm sorry, the north-south.
So I don't know the exact street address, but on the map in the area, the amendment area, there is one proposed road that looks more straight. Like there's definitely the pedestrian village area. I can see how that creates sort of the need to slow down. But then there's the other road that seems to go more straight from Greasebah Road to 153rd Ave.
Okay, yes, I think you might be speaking about what is potentially today 102A Street.
Yes.
Yeah. So with that particular cross section, so while that one is a little wider from what I can tell, there's still parking on both sides. There's also the shared pathway connection. One of the things that the plan doesn't articulate very clearly, and this will likely come at the future subdivision stage, are some of those intersection features. So a little bit more detail into the design.
Yeah,
at the subdivision stage.
I guess like you mentioned raised crosswalks on Greasebah Road, but I don't want to build another road that then I'm getting constant, or whomever the next counselor is getting constant complaints about that being a straight through. So I wanted to try to rectify that. So just, I might come back to that line of questioning, but I want to make sure in the report, it also talked about the activation of the pocket park spaces. And it flagged for me around sustainability. So can Canada Land speak to that intent and like what you're envisioning and for how long for the activation of those pocket park spaces?
Sure, yeah, I can speak to that. So the pocket parks would be similar to what we've done for other park space in Greasebah. So we'll collaborate with both city staff and engage with the residents to understand what they might want to see in those parks and what needs they might want. Some might be more enhanced and others may be more natural and passive. It'll really be a mix, and that's the intent with those pocket parks, is that we have a mix. Any enhanced features would be developed by Canada Lands, and then we enter into maintenance agreements with the city. And then we also discuss with the community league on what part they'd like to play in the future of maintaining those park spaces and enhancements.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. That was a great presentation. And just one of the visuals actually twigged a question for me. My understanding is that the majority of streets so far have been provided with treed boulevards. I'm just looking through the existing NSP and I see references to that. Just want to clarify, one of the images seemed to show just some major routes with treed boulevards. Just wondering if the intent is still to have most local roads, most streets with treed boulevards.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Councillor. They are all landscaped boulevards, only for visualization purposes to show that those were collector status, higher order roads with the trees from an illustrative purpose. So our cross sections included do provide a full range, all of which have boulevards.
Wonderful. Great. And then, sorry, could you just talk me through the 97th Street being the future district bike connector? And so, really appreciate the work being done to protect the heritage Maple Grove. Could you just talk me through the potential guidance around incorporating that within the eastern edge of the subject lands, how that's being accommodated?
Absolutely. We are looking to see what type of protections we can put in place with the Maple Grove. We are intending to transfer that over to city ownership, so there may be future discussions between Canada Lands and the city as to how best to deal with that. We are very cognizant of disrupting any of the root structure or anything within that area, so it'll be done sensitively and at a more detailed design stage.
Great. And all that to say, sort of the commitment of having a bicycle connection along that corridor will be maintained, but we just may need to be I'm just wanting to ensure that sort of at the subdivision stage, for example, that nothing happens that precludes, let's say if it needs to run parallel along those eastern lands on 97th Street. Just wondering how that will be worked through.
Councillor, it may be best to speak to administration on that item as it would be within the city right of way.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's great. Thank you all so much for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question for Speaker Paulina. You had mentioned about the project would exceed 16% affordable housing. By how much? Do you know how much it would be exceeding?
Yeah, so we're targeting, we have a corporate target of 20% affordable housing. So we're targeting that for the northeast corner area of the plan. And then for the remainder of Griesbach, looking at it as a whole project is where we would still be exceeding the 16%. Our numbers today look to be around 17 or 18%, but that'll evolve as we move forward with various builder partners who are also committed to providing affordable housing.
Okay, so that was 17 to 18% for the whole Griesbach area is targeted or expected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is your definition of affordable housing? Like, would that be subsidized housing? Would it be, putting in townhouses, which are less expensive than single homes? What is the definition?
Yeah, so Canada Lands, our definition, we align with CMHC's definition of affordability, where housing is considered affordable if it costs less than 30% of the households before tax income. As for the housing type and tenure, that's still to be determined, but we're committed to a mix of housing types and tenures. And we're also committed, so that means some affordable housing may be for sale, some may be for rent, and we'll work with our builder partners, and it will look different. So there could be condos, townhouses, and even single family homes. We're committed to a mix of all of that in bringing forward affordable housing.
Oh, okay, good. And I'm not sure if you have this information or if this is something I would be asking administration, but do you know what the densification numbers would look like? Are we ensuring that we'll have enough green space for the amount of people expected to be in there?
So we are exceeding the EMRB's targets only slightly by a few percentages. However, we have included additional municipal reserve and non-credit municipal reserve as we recognize that the northeast corner would have exceeded the MGA's requirement for 10%. So we've added extra municipal reserve lands for parkland.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. Just to follow up on the definition of affordable housing. So it could be affordable for somebody making $100,000 a year, but not necessarily someone at a lower income making $40,000 a year. Is that right? If you're using that 30% ratio?
Yeah, I mean, we follow CMHC, and they usually look at the median market rent in the area. So they look at what the rent is in that specific area, so in the area of Griesbach, and then they look at setting the affordability from there. But again, it depends on the programs. Like we've launched over 400 units through the Federal Lands Initiative, and that's through CMHC, so that's where that's secured at that rate. But there are additional options for affordable housing that may come through CMHC MLI Select financing or through other partnerships with Habitat for Humanity and other organizations. So we can't really commit to what the amount will be, but it will be of varying affordability levels and subsidized levels.
Oh, so there will be possible subsidies or subsidized rent as well.
Yes, definitely. And currently we have 3 projects through the Federal Lands Initiative. One is actually HomeEd is developing that with the City of Edmonton, and I know that they're offering various subsidized levels. So every project will be unique and will be developed with the builder partner and ourselves.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Chair is taken.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on those questions as well from Councillor Principe and Councillor Wright. I really appreciate your corporate goal of having 20% affordable housing on federally owned lands that you manage. So just trying to understand better, income support is one thing, that is one way of supporting affordable housing. So what I understand is that when you work as a developer, when you work with the builders, at that time you select some of the affordable housing providers to be building some of the affordable housing. So how are you achieving that 20% target?
There's a variety of different ways that we're looking at achieving it. Again, one of the main ways is because we're with the federal government, would be through partnerships with the federal government. So the Federal Lands Initiative is a key program that we rely on and that we've had success with in the Griesbach project to date. Then we're looking at other programs with CMHC. So we do have some builder partners who've actually attained MLI Select financing, which has an affordability component that they commit to. And really, again, it's on a case-by-case basis with whether it's with profit, like for-profit developers, and then we're also looking at, again, some nonprofit agencies and how we can work with them.
Yeah, does that also include providing land at low cost?
In some cases, yes. So with the Federal Lands Initiative, we work with CMHC on what the fair value would be. And then again, we'd be looking to work with other builders and nonprofits to understand. Basically, each project would be on a case-by-case unique project.
Yes. And you still also have a corporate target of earning a profit, right? So.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we are self-financing, so we do have targets that we need to make, and it's about balancing those investments and those social outcomes. But affordable housing is the key priority for the Village at Griesbach project for us.
Got it. Okay. I would definitely want to learn more about this and how maybe other corporations, private and public, could maybe learn from some of your best practices on how you're unlocking that affordability in the neighborhood you're developing. So I'll follow up offline with you. Thank you so much for that. It's really appreciate that the goal that you have set. With that, I will move the second round.
Second.
Please vote for second round.
I think so.
Councillor Paquette, are you here?
Councillor Paquette had to leave from 10:45 onwards for he's attending FCM.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yeah. Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Tang? Should we just mark her absent? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Return the chair to you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you so much, Councillor Rice. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. One question I had is with the mid-rise apartments, what is the height that we're intending for that? And I ask because when I first got elected, there was a lot of rhetoric around some of the rezonings that happened on the the southeast corner to 6 stories. And many thought, max height in Greaseball would be 4. So I just want to be clear and transparent with the public about what they might expect in that area in terms of height.
Yeah, through our plans, we have included up to 6 stories, and we have engaged with the community on that, and of course have received a variety of opinions. However, we have received quite a bit of support for that mix and density, provided that we do still provide some of the smaller scale infill opportunities. So it's a mix, and it's not to say that everything will be 6 stories. We have some plans in areas that we call pedestrian villages, where it might include some townhomes along with some 4 stories and even maybe some 6 stories. So it's really about providing that mixture of housing typologies and giving some undulation to the skyline, however low it may be in that area.
Yeah, but it's fair to say then that if I'm talking to residents, that they can expect to see some 6-story units or built projects in that area.
Correct.
Okay.
That would be our hope.
But nothing higher than 6 stories at this point without a rezoning.
We haven't contemplated, Councillor, and we do still have to come back for future rezoning. So Council will always have that opportunity in the future.
Okay, perfect. And then just on the affordable housing piece, I know my council colleagues have covered a lot. One of the things I always think about is like quantity and quality. So I know that, we're matching and exceeding the amount of housing units that are there right now that are market affordable. Are we considering the quality of those in terms of the loss of 3-bedroom units? And so replacing it with a 1-bedroom unit doesn't allow necessarily that same family to stay and continue to live in Greaseball?
So we are committed to looking at different types and tenures. So different types would be looking at, ideally it's not all condo apartment, for example, that there could be some townhouse and single family. So looking for opportunities to bring that forward and partners to assist us with doing so.
Yeah, and another thing I've heard a lot of feedback from the public is the desire for another affordable seniors project. A lot of people want to stay and live in Greaseball or even grew up in Greaseball and want to make this area home as they're older. So definitely heard from a lot of residents. Any specific targeted demographic in any of that affordable mix that you're contemplating, or will you take that feedback away as you think about that?
Yeah, we'll definitely take that feedback away. We are working on a housing strategy right now. We have been working on it for a few years in like concurrent with the NASP. And seniors is one demographic that we've identified. Others would be families, as we know there's a lot of families in the northeast corner. And then we're also looking at veterans as a potential, obviously the Indigenous housing, and we've got some partners who are part of the Federal Lands Initiative bringing housing forward already. So those are some of the key demographics that we're looking at targeting.
Perfect. And in terms of the memorials that go in this area, I know that that's still down the road, but I want to use this platform to highlight, Indigenous Veterans Day. There's no place for Indigenous veterans to gather. Is that being contemplated at all in some sort of memorial in this part of the neighborhood?
Yeah, so similar to the park space, commemoration is the same sort of approach. We'd work with city staff and the community to understand what they're looking for. We heard through the early engagement and throughout the master planning process that Indigenous commemoration or incorporation is something that the community is looking for. And so we're also working through an Indigenous engagement framework for ourselves to look at how we can bring those voices to the table in exactly what you said, probably starting with the veteran side, but then is there something more that we can bring in? So that'll be carried out over basically the rest of the project life as we move into development.
Perfect. Those are all my questions, Mayor Sohi. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question about flooding. I know this area has a history of flooding issues, and will this be addressed? Will we ensure that the infrastructure is adequate to prevent any future flooding issues?
Yeah, great question, Councillor. There is a legacy system in place. It is being removed and replaced with new infrastructure. All of our studies have been completed and endorsed by the City of Edmonton. We have no further concerns at this time. We suspect the issue is resolved.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So that concludes the questions to the proponent. And this time we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to ask a very similar line of questioning to admin. I'm going to start though with the active infrastructure because it seems like really great planning and a lot of really unique designs in this quadrant of Greaseba, but I'm wondering how does admin see that connecting and working with the already existing infrastructure in the remainder of the neighborhood? Like, does it look disjointed or does it will it flow nicely from your assessment?
Thank you, Councillor. It's the applicant has done a good job of working together with admin to minimize any integration problems, but I'll let Faisal Saeed take any further information on that.
Yes, I would just add that we don't see any concerns given that it is the northeast portion of and fairly large portion of the plan area, which is mainly bordered by a collector roadway that is envisioned in based on the current thinking and will be upgraded as the development occurs. So I don't see any issues on integration front at all.
Perfect. And I'm going to ask the same question around the traffic safety and traffic calming because as many of you on administration are aware, there's lots of complaints that come in on the already built out parts of Greaseba regarding traffic concerns. So just wanting to know what your assessment of that is, especially on that one road that I mentioned that cuts north to south from Greaseba to 153rd.
Absolutely. So there are a couple of things that we have done in collaboration with the applicant. One is Section 5 and 6 of the NASP does provide a lot of direction in terms of how we see the multimodal transportation component in this area. In addition to that, the transportation assessment has also looked at and given us guidance on different cross sections. For instance, the road that you are mentioning is identified as a collector. It does have features that are more targeted and deliberate about the pedestrian and the bike route compared to just accommodating the traffic. One of the things I would say that, as Ms. Masseni mentioned, that intentionally we have created a bit more disjointed network so that there is not to basically mitigate as much as possible any shortcutting issues.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then my last question is related again, a lot of lessons learned from what's already been built out in Greaseba, as I call it the infill on steroids example. You know, and I think about some of the crosswalks that were overlaid with brick or the enhanced features that now are the city's responsibility. And again, I'm getting lots of complaints because they're not maintained. We don't have the capacity to maintain them. And so I am worried about the pocket parks in that way. I love the pocket parks. I love the intent of it. But I'm also like thinking about when that becomes city responsibility. So I wanted admin's thoughts on that and the discussions that have happened around the pocket parks.
Thank you, Councillor. I certainly feel that the addition of the pocket parks and the proximity and the network that are being provided are an exciting opportunity. As the pocket parks develop out, those will be part of consideration of budgetary restrictions and what becomes the priority. Unfortunately, at this level of detail, I don't have a good grasp of the timing on that.
So what I'm hearing is administration because I know that it doesn't even meet, was there something in the report? And I was trying to find it quickly, but I've got a lot of highlighted stuff in there around it doesn't meet our current policy in terms of the size of the parks.
They're a little bit smaller. It was a collaboration to kind of think about how we could accommodate those to make sure that we were providing the access that we wanted while still being able to maintain them. But Parks is supportive of it, and they do feel that it's a good way of moving forward. So I think that that's been contemplated with that decision to move forward with this recommendation.
Perfect. And because if I'm understanding correctly, and this is where my naivety to planning comes in, because Griesbach is a special area in terms of the zoning bylaw, these kind of amendments can be, you can have a little bit more flexibility and being a little bit outside the box.
Yeah, and in addition to compensate for the fact that they're a little bit smaller, the developer is putting in the infrastructure and doing the initial development, which again is a great collaboration.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Just want to follow up on the question of the 97th Street bike path. Just want to get administration's thoughts about, recognizing that we want to maintain those trees on the west side, just what the thoughts are for maintaining the continuity of that important bicycle connector. Is there opportunity on the east side of 97th Street, or just some thoughts would be great?
Yes, Councillor, in terms of 97th Street, it is currently being looked at as part of our mass transit work for 1.25 million. And that corridor is currently being assessed from not only transit perspective, but making sure that how we integrate whether it's bike infrastructure or pedestrian accessibility to that corridor from both east and west. So definitely that is something that we will be looking at in terms of making sure that whatever 97th Street is in the current state of it doesn't needs a fair amount of enhancement to support both transit and bike and pedestrian network in this area.
Okay, thank you. And are those plans being developed with the assumption of the retention of the Maple Grove?
Absolutely, because one thing that administration is doing is making sure that we do a good job on the land use integration component, making sure whatever proposals are brought forward in front of the council and are approved, they are part of that exercise and are contemplated as we move forward with that corridor planning.
Great. Okay, well, thank you so much. No further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just on the pocket parks, I'm just wondering, like, are they more designed like playgrounds for younger demographics, or are there consideration of like benches and sunshade structures and that?
At this level of detail, I mean, both are anticipated, but that might be a question better suited for the applicant.
Okay, I should have asked them. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions. Oh, Councillor Rutherford, you have more questions to administer?
No, I was just on to move.
Okay. All right. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I'll ask if there are any additional questions from council members to proponent or to administration on any new information that has arisen, if they have any questions on that. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I don't know if it's new information, but I guess to the proponent, what sort of consultation, I guess, have you done with the community as far as what those pocket parks would look like?
Absolutely, Councillor. We have talked internally about that with city staff around how we might envision each one of the parks to be a wide range for a wide range of users. However, in the next phase of work, we'll be doing public engagement as well as more direct design work with the city to determine exactly what goes in those parks. So right now it's schematic level. We're not that deep into the details. That's the next phase of work.
So you've got that land assigned for it, and then we're going to
design
the details later. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes questions on new information. At this time, we are ready to close the public hearing. So, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I will move closure of the public hearing on item 3.11.
The
Second.
seconder by, that was Councillor
Right?
Wright. Councillor Wright seconded it. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Oh, apologies. I am here, but the voting didn't show up for me.
My apologies, Councillor Tang. We can reopen the vote.
Okay, we can recall the vote and do it again.
Reopen.
It's still not showing up, but yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We'll mark you as a yes.
Well,
Just waiting on one more vote.
we are re-voting again.
Councillor Jans? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I would like to move first reading of item 3.11.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciated the dialogue today and the answers to questions from colleagues. I just briefly wanted to jump in to express my excitement about this plan amendment. I think it's such an exciting and fantastic opportunity to continue building out an award-winning neighborhood that is, of course, in alignment with our city plan and our infill targets. I'm particularly excited about the active modes network and the community windows, community villages, the continuous crossings. There's so many good things in here that I can't wait to see built out. Really appreciate the focus on the public realm as well, and the commitment to exceeding the 16% affordable housing target, but also the commitment to looking at a variety of types and tenures to support affordability across demographics. Really appreciated hearing that today, and love that there's preservation of the maples along 97th, the introduction of pocket parks, and really enhancing access to public green space throughout the site. So yeah, wonderful to see this, and can't wait to eventually see it built out. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. To Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor Sohi. And I just wanted to take a few minutes to discuss this. I thought at first when this item was first being engaged on and discussed that this would have a lot of people in opposition, but through the process that was created by Canada Lands and both intentional engagement with the broader neighborhood, but also a very compassionate approach with the residents that are currently calling that military housing home. The transition coordinator, the commitment for those children to be able to stay at Griesbach General, even if they move out of the catchment area. It's just watching the whole thing and getting the updates from Canada Lands. I have to say that they've gone above and beyond in this space from an engagement perspective. And so when I go out to community now, I hear a lot of excitement for this. And I think there's still sadness too, and I don't want to disregard that. There's some very well-loved members of the community that call that military housing home. And at the same time, I do have that tension of we can't treat Canada Lands different than any other developer, and every other private owner has the ability to, whether we approve this amendment today or not, Canada Lands could choose not to continue renting those military housing out. So I think that the approach that was taken was with compassion and care and sensitivity, and I've been utterly impressed by that. I do want to heed the need for that housing and affordable housing to focus on quality and not just quantity. One 3-bedroom unit for one bedroom unit is not 1 for 1. So that'll be a continued conversation that I look forward to having in this next phase as we go forward. But, as Councillor Salvador said, and I know many that are not speaking to this, but my colleagues, this is a very innovative, not only has Canada Lands gone above and beyond in terms of the engagement and the compassionate approach, they've gone above and beyond, I think, with design measures and creating features. And I have no doubt they'll continue winning awards with this design and this plan. And I look forward to continuing to see Griesbach grow, to welcoming more people, diversity of people into this neighborhood, and seeing it densify in a way that's really going to bring a lot of vibrancy, not only to Griesbach, but the surrounding north side. So thank you so much. And I really look forward to supporting this and continuing the conversation in the next phases to see how this rolls out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford.
Yep, I'm just was unmuting. I will move second reading of item 3.11.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading for item 3.11.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I will move third reading of bylaw 20755.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, maybe that'll change. Next, we'll go to 3.15, 3.16, selected by Councillor Stevenson, bylaw 20760 to amend the McKernan-Belgravia Station Area Redevelopment Plan and Charter Bylaw 20761 to allow for medium-scale housing. McKernan, 3.15. Okay. We do have members of public signed to speak in opposition, so we will go to administration for a presentation. We are so sorry, Claire. Your internet connection is we can't hear you. I mean, we can hear you, but you're not coming out clearly. Let's try again. Can you try again, Claire?
worse. How is this?
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank
sorry
you.
about
Go ahead.
that. Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a site in the McKernan neighborhood from the RS small scale residential zone to the RM H16 medium scale residential zone. H16 indicates the maximum height of 16 meters. An amendment to the McKernan-Belgravia Station Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, is also proposed. This site is 5 minutes walking distance to the McKernan, next slide, please. This site is 5 minutes walking distance to the McKernan-Belgravia LRT station and has immediate access to bike lanes and bus routes. It is also directly across from open space and walking distance to McKernan Elementary and Junior High schools and commercial amenities. Next slide, please. Through engagement, administration heard from the McKernan Community League, who opposes the application. The League is concerned that the rezoning does not align with the ARP or the draft SCONA district plan. Next slide, please. In the city plan, the site is on the edge of the 76th Avenue secondary corridor and aligns with the Big City Move, a community of communities, which targets Edmontonians making 50% of trips by transit. The proposed plan amendments to the ARP bring the site into closer conformance with policies and goals in the city plan by supporting a variety of housing types, especially when in proximity to transit, active modes, open space, schools, and commercial amenities. Next slide, please. The proposed RM zone allows for an additional story in height and reduced setback to the front and rear. An increased interior side setbacks helps mitigate the impact of the smaller scale building abutting the site, and the corner site configuration separates the site from other properties by a street or alley. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It is on a corner site across from open space and is compatible in scale with the existing surrounding development. It increases residential density near a secondary corridor, the McKernan-Belgravia LRT station, and amenities, and it provides additional housing types within the McKernan neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And at this time, we will actually go to this folks in favor. Andrew Olds, no, sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. There you go. Elson Rosland from Situate and Jacob Duong. So I understand you will be making a presentation, right?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Allison Roseland from Situate, and I'm speaking today about Lean Holdings' application to rezone their property from the RS zone to the RMH16 zone. Next slide. My client, Amar Randawa of Lean Holdings, was unfortunately not able to be here today, so I'd like to share a bit of his background. Amar runs a manufacturing company and has been building homes in Edmonton for 20 years with a focus on infill for the past decade. On this slide, we've included some photos of a recent project in Kenora. Amar is excited to provide new multi-unit housing in the walkable, well-connected community of McKernan. Next slide. This application was accepted in late October 2023, and we launched a webpage to provide our contact information, post updates, and answer commonly asked questions. Next slide. In early December, we also posted custom signage to direct folks to the webpage, and we mailed a postcard to 30 nearby homes to let neighbors know about the project, the webpage, our contact information, and the online survey we posted. In the survey, we asked for input on the future building design, landscaping, and commercial uses they might like to see, if any, because the RM zone allows for some small-scale commercial uses on the main floor. We received 17 responses that included both support and concern. Comments in favor, supported the density increase and opportunity for local businesses like a coffee shop or corner store. We also contacted the McKernan Community League, who shared their concerns with us. The primary concerns from the League and survey respondents included building height, site location in the neighborhood, and that commercial uses are not needed. I will address these in my presentation today. Next slide. The site is surrounded on 3 sides by streets in a lane with only one abutting residential property to the west. The surrounding land use is mainly low-density residential with some commercial and low-rise housing along 76th Avenue. There is a park across the street and the site is within walking distance of nearby schools. The site also has great access to transit. The McKernan-Belgravia LRT station is about 405 meters away or about 520 meters walking distance. There are both bus stops and bike routes on nearby streets. The site is about 1.5 blocks south of 76th Avenue and is within the transitional area of the 76th Avenue secondary corridor, as shown by the teal gradient. Next slide. I want to acknowledge that in the draft district plan, the site is shown in the urban mix area and not directly in the corridor. However, we're proposing this rezoning today for 2 main reasons. The first is city plan, and the second is that we consider this site to be in a transition area from the corridor roadway into the neighborhood. City plan is an approved statutory document that we look to as our guiding policy direction. 76th Avenue is a secondary corridor where low and mid-rise buildings are encouraged, which range from 4 to 8 stories. And so a 4-story low-rise building on the site will provide a sensitive transition between the higher density development like mid-rise, expected directly on 76th Avenue, to the neighborhood interior where 3 stories are allowed under the RS zone. It's important to note that the RMH16 zone is only 1 story higher than what is already allowed under the RS small scale residential zone. Secondly, the latest direction from council to administration is that corridor boundaries should not be considered hard lines, but rather transitional areas as indicated by the motion made at the December UPC meeting to remove definitive boundaries from the edges of nodes and corridors. In summary, this application would provide low-rise multi-unit housing at the edge and in the transitional area of the corridor, providing more options for Edmontonians to live in low-rise housing in a transit-oriented area across from a park and not only on a collector or arterial road. Next slide. City plan also calls for Edmonton to be a city of 15-minute communities where 50% of trips are made by transit and active transportation, and Edmontonians can access amenities within 15 minutes of their homes. Increasing density and providing opportunities for commercial uses on this site, which is in a walkable neighborhood close to an LRT station and bike routes, aligns with this policy direction. Providing housing near the LRT also helps support the transit system. Utilizing and expanding our system is an important step in shifting away from a car-centric transportation system and improving access to different transportation modes. Next slide. We're also requesting your support to increase the overall housing diversity and choice in McKernan. As of 2016, 77% of dwellings were single detached houses and only 2% were units in 1 to 4-story buildings. Low-rise housing on this site will improve the mix of housing types, which is an important factor in achieving the vision of City Plan to provide access to diverse housing options. Next slide. As I wrap up, I would like to ask for council's support of this application, which aligns with City Plan and will provide low-rise housing close to transit and more housing options in McKernan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Allison. Next, we'll go to Jacob DeWong. Are you there, Jacob? We have
Mr. Mayor, I don't see them online, but can the clerk send us their presentation?
Yes, you will get their presentation. It was emailed out.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so Jacob is not there. Okay, at this time, I'll ask council members if you have questions to the proponent. Councilor Jans, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I wanted to confirm, is the Communauto car share zone, is this building in that area?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Jans. I'm actually not sure. I wasn't aware that there was a Communauto zone in that specific area.
Okay, I believe it is. I'm just looking to confirm that. Just in terms of transportation choices, I know one of the feedback pieces I had heard was about concerns around parking, and I know it's very close to transit. And did I hear it's 500 meters to the LRT? Is that correct?
It's about just over 400 as the crow flies, and then it's about 520 meters to walk there. So
right,
about
Can I ask-
500 to walk. Yeah.
Can I ask about the commercial applications for the main floor?
Yes.
So what could that include?
So we haven't decided that yet. When we were looking at the site and the location, my client was interested in potentially developing commercial uses. Well, as we get further along in the process, if we're successful today, he'll have to do some more market analysis to figure out what makes sense in that location. But from the survey respondents that we got, most folks were supportive of things like a coffee shop or a corner store or restaurants, grocery stores, things like that. So we'll definitely take that into consideration, when we get to the next phase.
Right. Okay. So today's conversation is just about, are we as council okay with a essentially an upzoning or lateral zoning to allow for mixed use and allow for slightly higher density in this location? The built form could look like those row houses, or it could look like something with a more blended commercial. I'm trying to think of an example, but that's essentially the question here.
Yes, the intention is to build a low-rise building, so up to 4 stories. Again, we don't have the design confirmed yet, but potentially it would probably be apartment buildings. And then, when we get to the design phase, that's when there'll be a discussion about whether there'll be commercial uses on the main floor. But we really wanted to keep that potential open. And in part, that sort of relates back to the 15-minute community idea, right? Where folks have access to transit and amenities and those things near their homes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. All right, so that concludes the questions to the proponent. At this time, we will go to members of the public who have registered to speak in opposition, and I will call your name, and please, each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. So Julie McLennan, are you there?
I am.
Thank you. And Davin Beggs, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
Okay, so please go ahead. We'll start with Julie.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. As indicated, I am in opposition to Charter Bylaw 20761 and the overly broad application of the Bylaw 20760. The rezoning proposal brought forward today fails to account for the consequences of such changes to the community members who will be most affected. The developers in Situate argue that a medium-scale residential housing on the site could serve as a transitional from the lower density developed in the community, but claiming that it is transitional would suggest that a 4-story building is reasonably scaled in juxtaposition to the current housing and the development goals of the primary arteries plan for 214 Street and 76. I am here to demonstrate that there is nothing transitional about a structure of this scale on a residential lot of this nature. I would argue that approving the project would reject the community members' needs and the stated plans outlined in the Scona District Plan and instead act in the best interest of the developer. So I come here as the property owner most directly affected by the proposal. Are the photos available by chance?
We'll see. Did you send some information?
I did.
Okay.
I did. Yes, I did.
We'll
So
chat.
while you do that, so I come to you as the property owner most affected by the proposal. I'm in fact the homeowner that is adjacent to this development, and this is not your typical NIMBY. The proposal's footprint will quite literally be in my backyard, and approving the proposal would have serious implications for my family and my neighbors. More specifically, the sheer scale of a 4-story building, which is proposed, including the commercial down below, will immensely disfigure my property, and its presence will undoubtedly devalue my property and the property of my closest neighbors. By presenting a real-world perspective of the location in question, I hope you will be compelled to reject the Charter Bylaw 20761. So as you can see by the photograph, this is my family home. Can you go to photo 1, please? We purchased the home back in 2021. And again, our house is a classic urban infill where 2 homes were constructed where one once stood. Like similar developments, the distance between properties is objectively small. My house is the black on the right, and the current existing structure is the white on the left. Can you move to the second photo, please? Like similar developments, the space between properties is objectively small, as you can see in this photo. This image depicts the ground level, the distance from the property. And if you can move to the next photo, please. The second photo demonstrates, I feel very, very well, the actual distance. My husband's left hand is touching our house and his right hand is extended to the property. The fence is marked by the property line. So objectively, the space is small. So if you could please draw your attention to the next photograph, please. This is a picture of a 3.5 story, not even a 4-story building. As you can see, there's my husband standing there. And I thought it was important to actually show this representation just so you can see the true scale of what a project on this lot would entail, which is going to be exacerbated by the fact that there is not enough distance between properties. So please, can you scroll to the next photographs, please? And now you can see that the actual, what the possible effects would be. Just picture from a 2-story into a potential 4-story where there'd be obstructed views, definitely compromised sunlight and zero privacy. So instead of our current views, we will basically be faced with a giant wall. So again, I truly believe an owner's basic amenity rights should include a right to sunlight, right to views, and privacy from overlooking. Approving this rezoning request would impede on our rights. Now we haven't even talked about property values. How do you think the construction of a 4-story building would affect the resale? Would a buyer be motivated to purchase? Would you purchase a house with no privacy, no view, no sunlight? And if you answered no, how can this approval be possibly acceptable? So in summary, approving bylaw 2760 and charter bylaw 20761 disregards the best interests of our community and will have significant consequences for its most affected residents. The proposal's development footprint will immensely disfigure my property, and its presence will undoubtedly devalue my property and those of my closest neighbors. I like the Community League, do support the City Council's previous comments that the draft Scona District Plan should guide developments from now that the ARP will be retired. I'm urging you to reject the bylaws. It is in the community's best interest. And I think it's important to note that it is 8 minutes away from the LRT station. And as far as the 15-minute city is concerned, from my home, I do have access to coffee shops, convenience stores, and other amenities. Whereby creating a commercial zone in a space where traffic is limited and the space between properties is limited is severely compromising the ability of residents to actually enjoy the property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Julie. Next, we'll go to Devin Beggs.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Devin Beggs. I am the Director of Planning and Place for the Belgravia Community League, and on behalf of the BCL, I am speaking today in opposition to this proposed rezoning and ARP amendment. During the public hearings on the zoning bylaw renewal, I heard a constant refrain of, "This has already taken 5 years to put together, and now it is time to pass it." What was the point of all that planning if the city won't even stick to it? It is no longer a plan when you start making exceptions like this so soon after making said plan. This fuzzy boundary approach, to quote council, erodes public trust in government and will make it impossible to plan for sufficient infrastructure and utility services in the future. Approving exceptions like this one will not solve the housing crisis, will not bring rents down or prices down. It will simply open the door to more exceptions like this one in all of our neighborhoods, and put more money into the pockets of companies like Situate who only care about short-term gain. For example, what is to stop a development like this from ending up being exclusively short-term rentals? The zoning bylaw renewal and district plans gave developers an opening, and now they are pushing the envelope as far as they can. Council needs to do the right thing and deny this rezoning request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation to both of you. At this time, we will open the floor for council members to ask questions to the community members who are registered in opposition. Okay, Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. I have a question to, well, I'll start with the Speaker Julie McLennan. You're concerned about height. Can you tell me you said you have 2 units that you built recently, right?
No, we actually purchased the home. It was
purchased.
already constructed.
Okay.
Yeah, so we didn't actually build it. We bought it.
Do you know the height of your units? Your units?
Yes, it's 2.5 stories.
Do you know in meter wise? Because I understand the height of this potential possible 4 stories is limited. It has to be less than 60 meters, right? So just to understand in context, like what the height of your unit is in meters.
I apologize. I don't have that.
I see.
I just my understanding it is 2.5 stories.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And to Speaker Devin Beggs, so can you repeat again, how do you see this in conflict with what we recently approved through zoning regulations?
Pardon me?
You said this goes against what we have recently approved on under the zoning bylaw.
Well, you made all these changes to the zoning so that you would know where places like this would be built. But now you're already making exceptions or thinking about making exceptions. So it's really doesn't seem like much of a plan to me. Like, why did you bother doing all the renewal if you're just going to make exceptions like this to anyone that asks for them, you know?
Yeah, we will definitely ask that question to administration. Thank you so much for joining us. To both of you, I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you. I think that actually clarified one of my questions for Speaker Begg. So you were referring to zoning bylaw renewal, not district planning?
Well, also the district planning as well, because that's when you guys started talking about the fuzzy boundaries. And I don't think fuzzy boundaries make sense in a plan because, again, they're just going to keep pushing and pushing, and you're going to allow these things to go where you didn't plan them to go in the first place. So again, I ask, what's the point of a plan if you're not going to follow it?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really great point. And you know, the clarification I wanted to ensure that we had a shared understanding on is that we have not approved the district plans yet.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And I
right.
think, yeah, and I think to your question around sort of the zoning bylaw renewal process versus district planning, I think, you know, just from my understanding, like I think you were seeing the zoning bylaw renewal process as sort of setting the zones for how the city would develop.
Is that not what it was for?
No. Well, I mean, I guess I can't answer a question, but I'll ask clarifying questions of our administration, but that wasn't my understanding. But appreciate you flagging that, and I can get more clarity around that.
Well, I mean, my understanding is they're requesting upzoning and a change to the ARP. Is that wrong?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay.
And I think when we look at rezoning applications, we're always looking at rezoning applications, and then we look to plans like city plan or district plan to inform those. But zoning bylaw renewal was a bit of a different exercise in that regard. Just to the
okay. Well,
yeah.
I mean, fair enough.
Paint
that's a little confusing.
Put the paint.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, fair enough. That's a little confusing, but I will say, regardless, I think it still applies here with the idea of fuzzy boundaries.
No, that's good feedback, and I really take your point around building trust through the planning process and having clarity and understanding for folks. And that, you know, that kind of leads to my question, maybe to our first speaker, Speaker McLennan. So just wondering, you know, in terms of the existing city plan policy that we have, you know, 76 Ave is a secondary corridor. So just wanted to confirm your understanding that, secondary corridors are sort of envisioned to have low to medium rise housing, sort of a block or so from that corridor?
Yes, I completely understand. I've seen the plan, certainly for 114th Street as well as 76. The issues that we have is that we are more than one block away from that. We are in a deeply residential neighborhood where most of them are single detached. Whereas I understand the desire to densify and obviously to increase housing opportunities. But the reality is it will not be transitional. It will be a massive structure in an otherwise a smaller neighborhood. And even with the boundary as it is, with the setbacks being as small, it doesn't have the capacity to flow well with the remainder of the neighborhood. And also too with the traffic being a significant issue for that area. I don't even understand how possibly we could even consider commercial property when there is actually no access between the back alley, the frontage in front of the park as well as the side. There is not the space necessary, and it is definitely not transitional.
Sure, and I think I could certainly ask, and I take your point about it not transitioning from the current conditions, but recognizing that sort of, again, that block, like certainly the block from 76th Ave to 75th Ave is envisioned as, 4 to 8 stories in the future, as part of the city plan. So, just wondering how you feel again about sort of that future state and transition in the future.
I'm actually a proponent. I think there's some great ideas, and certainly adding to 76 is a welcome change. My concern that the location of this proposed development, it will not be appropriate for that location. It will not. Yeah, I just don't think it's appropriate. 76 by all means, but 75, it will not be consistent with the current development that's
Sorry,
in
I'm
that
just
area.
mindful of my time and just want to clarify too that there would be a larger setback from your property under the RM zone compared to the current RS zone. Was that your understanding as well? 3 meters instead of 1.5 meters?
As you would see from the photographs I presented, 3 meters is not nearly enough just by the proposed scale of the project. It would definitely be overbearing.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm just out of time.
You're welcome.
Yep.
That's fine.
Thank you so much. So that concludes the questions to the speakers. Thank you so much for joining us. We are just coming close to 12 o'clock. So what we will do, we'll break here. Then we'll come back to council questions to administration. Okay. Okay, we'll be back at 1:30. Until then, we are on recess.
Live from the chamber.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette might still be in FCM meeting. Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton is away as well on council duty. Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador, Councillor Salvador, Councillor Cartmel, Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we do have quorum. Now we are on to questions to administration on 3.15, 16, and 17. Sorry, 16, sorry, 3 and 5 and 1, 5 and 16. We'll start with Councillor Jans.
Sorry, we're at questions to administration.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I was just looking if administration could help clarify a little bit about the neighbors' experience. So had this proposal not come in for approval today, what would be permissible on that lot?
Councillor Jans, the current zoning is RS. So that's residential small scale. The height would be, maximum height would be 10.5 meters. Maximum site coverage would be 45%. There would be kind of a range of uses. Is that helpful, or would you like to know some specific uses?
Yeah, I was just curious because it is a corner lot. Like what I'm trying to get a sense of like what would the impact over and above a neighboring impact be?
Right. So on a corner lot, they could have upwards of 10 dwelling units. They could have home-based businesses, some commercial uses that have additional design regulations, like limiting them to a certain square meters, like 300 square meters. Could have community uses such as childcare services.
What about the setbacks from the neighbor's house?
The setbacks would be a range of 1.2 to 1.5.
And then what is proposed with this one again for setbacks?
3 meters.
So it's a doubling of the setback.
It is, yeah, that's proportional. Understanding the scale of the building is increasing.
Okay. I also wanted to understand better around that conversation around hard lines or jagged edges. So could you help me understand what is the thinking around the district planning and the node as it pertains to the McCurtain-Belgravia LRT station?
Right. So right now, where we're at with district plans is that they are in a draft form, but as you know, the engagement has wrapped up. So we're very aware of them. We consider them when we're looking at our through our review. However, they're not part of our analysis at this point in time. We do sort of internally, we do our own review where we're testing out the district policy, but that's why you don't see the district policy reflected in the report.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So, but previously this site would have been constrained because of the ARP.
That's correct. Yep, it has. The ARP sees this as small scale residential.
Okay, even though it's in such close proximity to a train station?
That's correct. Yep. This is why we're supportive of the proposed plan amendments, because it will bring it into better alignment with the city plan and the goals of the city plan.
Okay, and typically in a like I think it's undeniable that this project could have a negative impact on the, or will have a negative impact on the adjacent neighbor to the west. What other measures? Are there sun shadow studies? Are there other steps taken to mitigate any sort of negative impact on adjacent homes?
Councillor Jans, it's small enough scale that we wouldn't do a sun shadow impact study. Really, this is about transitioning to greater density and more compact living. And these are characteristics of more compact living that in an urban environment, and when we're trying to achieve 50% of trips made by transit and trying to get make room for more people in neighborhoods, having taller buildings and being closer together and having some overlook some of these things that are generally perceived as negative is something that we have to accept.
Okay. Is there a sense of if this is approved, would there still be design considerations at either like SDAB or something like that, if the neighbor could ask for, maybe a gradient or maybe certain measures that I don't have the language for, that could help preserve some of the maybe backyard sun or something like that?
Subdivision and Development Appeal Board would only come into play if the application at development permit stage applied for a variance. And then there would be an opportunity for the neighbor to contest the variance. So if they stay within the applicant stays within the zoning regulations, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board won't be an option for appeal. There is variation and flexibility within the zone itself. The applicant could test that out. Remember, the side setback of 3 meters is only a minimum. So it's entirely possible if they chose to at the design stage, they could extend that setback to help mitigate on the interior.
Right. Okay. I'm out of time. Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll just follow that line of questioning. So yeah, certainly hearing the concern around shadow. We do have some other shadow studies for higher scaled development, as in the rest of this public hearing package. Just from my understanding, so again, this is the lot that is adjacent is to the west. So in terms of sort of having that southern exposure, would that be impacted? Like we typically see the greatest impact in the morning, but given that there's the southern exposure, there would likely still be, like, it wouldn't be perpetual shadow. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment. Yep. As I mentioned, we didn't do a sun shadow study for this size or scale of building. That only comes into play at around 6 stories or 23 meters.
Okay. Great. Okay. And then wondering too, I think an important question came up just in terms of the distinction between, the zoning bylaw renewal process and district planning. Just wondering if you could maybe speak to those two processes and how what the interplay is between them.
Right. So the zoning bylaw and its regulations are a tool that we use to implement policy. When the city was rezoned to the new zones, all of the parcels in the city had an equivalent zone. So they weren't, for all intents and purposes, granted any more or less development rights. And the district policy is a mid-level policy that's to provide additional direction, which is more detailed than what we have in the broad strokes of the city plan.
Okay, great. So the rezoning that happened as part of zoning bylaw renewal, that was really sort of a like for like exercise rather than something like district planning, which is sort of that forward looking that would inform future rezonings. Is that
exactly? Summary? Yeah. Okay. And that would come in on an application by application basis. So we see that policy implemented through redevelopment.
Right. And I mean, again, this one is a bit there is the existence of the plan, of the McKernan-Belgravia plan. And again, that plan was completed, am I correct in understanding that was completed before city plan was done?
Yes.
Okay, and so some of the work with district planning, because, I really do take the point around clarity, around building that trust. And so some of that, ensuring that all layers of our policies are aligned, that sort of that ongoing work that's happening with district planning?
Yes, of course. And we just need to be patient and ask for patience as we work through that process and transition through. And we try to reflect that as transparently as possible in our reporting.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, we'll really appreciate those responses, and no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for the information. I wanted to pick up from there a little bit still, because I guess, there's a lot of spots where we have 4-story buildings across from a park space, and I think overall, and I've been the one to say it, I think that's a good thing. We actually should allow density interior to a community as well, so people have that choice. I think that the concern I'm sort of running up against is that the district plan, the draft district plan for this area, doesn't identify this site for that level of development.
That's correct.
And so I guess, and I know I feel like I'm somewhat rehashing a conversation we had back in December when we had the update, but I guess I am worried about if this is what we're thinking and administration supporting it, why doesn't the draft district plan suggest that this should be an area where we should be doing this? Because then that does create that, I think, misalignment. And I know community wants 100% certainty all the time, and I know we can't necessarily provide that. But even the 2 million node and corridor boundaries doesn't include this site.
Councillor,
right? Yeah.
I'll just jump in here. Travis here, calling in from home. Sorry. So the district plans itself, they're meant to capture about 90 to 95% of those development scenarios. Although it is a mid-level policy, it's still applied citywide, and it's being applied citywide at one time. So it's not possible to capture all the scenarios within the lines, so to speak. There is policy within the district plan that allows that interpretive ability case by case in terms of does it make sense? And that's also why public hearing happens, so that we have that discourse. Does it make sense? In this case, yes, it is outside the strict interpretation of the nodes and corridors around 76th and then 114th. But it has a lot of positive site characteristics around it. It's next to the park. It's within walking distance of the LRT. It's on the corner. It's near bus lines. It's near the bike lane that's in front of it. So there's compounding evidence that suggests that this is an appropriate location that wouldn't have been identified on that broader district policy brush, which is why we take that further analysis in terms of does it work here? And today that answer is yes in light of those district plans.
So maybe why I'm struggling is because I don't disagree with the assessment that this is a site that actually probably makes sense. I guess where I'm struggling is that there's a lot of those same characteristics would apply on a lot of these lots that are in this location, and yet we still, we're building a draft plan that doesn't identify the, if one of our speakers who lives immediately west wanted to redevelop their properties into this, my guess is we would say the exact same thing in terms of proximity to the bike lane, proximity to LRT, and all of that. And yet our district plan, which I know is draft today, but my understanding from the conversation is December is we're not looking to likely expand those boundaries, is it does create what I feel is a bit of a tension between what, so the community is going to look at these plans to say, generally speaking, this is it, and yet it feels then we're doing this. So I'm just like, I'm not disagreeing with the analysis and how you came to support. What I'm struggling with is that how are we then aligning that with the other plans that you've put in a lot of time and effort to that I think the community is going to look into and rely on to help inform how they look at things too. And maybe
no, I understand. I fully appreciate the thinking and the need for certainty. But there's also that balance with flexibility. Like these plans, however great they may be, they're not going to capture that 100%. There has to be room for some of that flexibility, and that's built into the district's plans itself, that it recognizes itself that it's not going to capture all of the options out there. It's the best guess for today, and how we evolve that is through these ongoing discussions and those sort of context-sensitive situations where we do understand that it is maybe outside of those yellow ribbons of the nodes and corridors, but it still makes sense. And yes, that's going to be a difficult conversation to have each time. But knowing that that conversation is there and is being brought forth is also part of that process. Like it's not there to shut down everything at the same time. It's there to have that conversation and analyze it and see if it makes sense in alignment, not only district plans, but the broader policy of city plan, et cetera.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair,
I want to follow up on that line of questioning from Councillor Knack. I think raises concerns for me. Maybe this is to Kim. Like if our goal, I know we're going beyond this specific site, but it's important to raise this because of the certainty and predictability, because that's what the zoning overhaul is supposed to provide, and that's what the district planning is supposed to provide, not in 90% of cases, probably 99.5% cases. If still leaves that 10%, 15% open, then I think feeds into concerns that we hear from public that that even with that predictability and certainty, there's not predictability and certainty.
Mr. Mayor, there's always, change happening when it comes to development. The zoning bylaw and the zones that apply per lot. When it comes to district planning, it is starting to zoom in a little bit further from city plan. So there is tension there where, some would like to see the designations of the district planning on a lot by lot basis, but further to the direction from Urban Planning Committee, we were asked to go back and look at, providing guidance around our nodes and corridors, recognizing that definitive boundary may be challenging because we can't contemplate every single scenario, development scenario, as Travis had noted, for what might redevelop in the future.
I know, I understand that, but I think from a resident's perspective, they don't engage with city council on a daily basis. They're not as, aware of the zoning and all that. But I think what they expect, which is I think right expectation, is that once policy is done, they have their say on policy, and we tell them, okay, this policy is to give you predictability, and then they still deal with situations that are not predictable. So I think that raises flags for me. I know we can't be 100% rigid, but we should be able to give quite a bit predictability instead of keeping that. I'm raising that. I think maybe that has to be a conversation when we talk about district planning, at least for a certain amount of time. Like, as population grows, maybe then boundaries grow or blocks grow, right?
That's, certainly something we have to have a discussion about when it comes to the district plan at public hearing in the future. This particular application has been considered as it relates to city plan. So the teams shared the goals and objectives in terms of how this project aligns with that.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair to you.
Okay, so that concludes the questions from council members to administration. At this time, I will ask, and I also understand that if there are any questions on new information to Jacob Duong, he is able to join us back. So at this time, council members, are there any questions to administration or to the proponent or committee members in opposition on new information arising out of the previous discussion? Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the adjacent neighbor, and I'm sorry I missed their name. If our guest here could share, given the information shared from administration about the ability to adjust or tweak setbacks, is that something that could be viewed as of assistance here?
So there'll be a question to, go ahead, Julie.
Hi, sorry.
That's fine.
Julie.
Neighbor McLennan.
Yeah, Julie here. To be honest with you, I don't have a lot of trust in the process. I understand that we have wishful thinking on the part of the developer, but the developer, their point is to maximize profits. That's the reality. We can't overshadow that. So I don't think quite frankly, 3-meter setback is grossly inadequate, and it's unlikely they could even adjust. If you look at the lot, I don't see the potential there. And I completely agree with the assertion that we need to have a consistency approach. If we say we're going to be following the policy, then why are we not adhering to it here? It just opens the door for development to run amok in the neighborhood. And I have great concerns, and so do my neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just to paraphrase, like, you're okay with a development going in next door as per the previous regulations, like the 10.5, the 1.5 meters, et cetera, as outlined. This is seen as too big, too far. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And again, I've come to terms with the fact, I mean, it's a beautiful lot. There's beautiful trees. There will be a loss of that. But even something like a row of townhouses would be completely acceptable. It's just the scale of a 4-story. You can't imagine how tight these lots, and just the amount of space that's going to be occupied, it will be hugely detrimental. Small scale housing, absolutely. 4-story, absolutely not.
Right. So there are some townhouses that are 3 or 4 story high. Like, I'm thinking just over in Belgravia, close to you near Mood Cafe. There's like the 2 up, 2 down kind of townhouse format too. And it would that typology, as opposed to a more of a cube, be desirable?
No, it's the height. It's not necessarily the nature of the property, what the units look like. It's the height of the proposal. Anything above 2.5 stories, I think, would be I'm definitely against.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I guess I don't know, Mr. Mayor, do we, in the interest of fairness, I'll throw a question to Mr. Guest Dewang as well.
As long as new information, yes.
What did you want to share that you were not able to share in your 5-minute presentation?
Hi, thank you. I had an appointment at exactly when this came up. Essentially, what I've looked at is, I live right down the street and I'm in support of this. What I've looked at is the growth patterns and land use around this area. And right next to this LRT station, we're looking at trying to get people to drive less, to walk around, and to have more transit-oriented housing. And the McKernan-Belgravia area within an 800-meter radius has not really grown much over the past 20 years. I think the exact number is 3%. So I do believe if we really want to achieve our goals of infill housing, to achieve our climate goals, and to preserve affordability, we need to, this should really be like a no-brainer, just rubber stamp approval. And in line with the comments from some of the other councillors, this is really, there could be many other lots that follow the same kind of pattern where this should be supported. That's sort of getting off topic now, but essentially it's a 7-minute walk from the LRT station. It's right next to those major nodes of U of A and the hospital. This should really be a no-brainer approval from council. And that's my presentation in brief.
There's a 6-story development that's going in right across from the LRT station. I would just like
Devin, I have to stop you here. I'm sorry. If council has questions to you, then you can answer those questions. You just can't go. We can't just go back and forth between the speakers. That's not the process. Process doesn't allow that. So, Councillor Jans, carry on, please, with the questions. If you have any questions to other presenters.
I think that's it.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so any other questions to folks in favor or in opposition or to administration on new information? I see none. We are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
Councilor Salvador, okay, please vote for closing the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, can someone move the first?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading.
Okay. Second by
Second.
Councilor Salvador. Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Now to speak. Okay, Councilor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. This one's tough only because I'm sort of preempting a conversation we're going to have in a few months. But I am, you know, we saw 65,000 people move into the city of Edmonton last year. If that kind of growth keeps up, we need developments like this. In my mind, there is no doubt that this is needed to keep up with the growing population. I am raising a flag today, as a similar flag to that I rose in December, is that if the district plans come as is, we are going to be setting up a very unfortunate situation where I think community is going to have one expectation and we're going to have a very different expectation right now. Because even in the draft district plan here, this location is not identified in the 2 million population. So if you're a community member who's, I get it, not looking for 100, we can't give everyone 100% certainty. There's always going to be nuance. I get that. But you would want to have some level of understanding that if you're going to look at these plans, you're going to have a general idea of what can happen in and around you. And if you look at this draft plan, this is not something that we would actually support. But actually that in my mind is a huge issue right now because the draft district plans do not recognize the immense growth that we are seeing in the city of Edmonton. And it's going to set up a place where we're going to have, I think we're going to be really worrying about how people can sort of trust and understand our planning documents when I think we need to approve this. I don't think I have a choice but to not support this based off the incredible growth we're seeing. But if the district plans come in May and they don't actually reflect a change like this, then they're not going to be good enough, and we're going to be creating a massive disconnect between the public and us. So I'm saying this out loud to everyone, I guess myself in particular, but like, if the district plans are like identical, if this is the exact same plan that comes to us with the addition of the fuzzy lines that we added in December, it's not going to be good enough, and it's going to cause a lot of frustration amongst community members. Because it's not going to reflect the actual growth we're experiencing in our city versus what they can expect in their own neighborhood and their own block. So I appreciate that we're in this messy place, but like I can get the sense, and I appreciate that the community members probably aren't happy with me either, because I'm going to say we actually need more than what our plans currently show, which is going to make more people a little more uneasy. But I'd rather at least be upfront with everyone and say, if we're going to actually accept, I mean, we could be at 1.25 million by the next federal census in 2026. When we built the city plan, I mean, I know we didn't set a year, but I think it's safe to say we did not expect to hit another 250,000 people in 5 years. If that growth keeps up, I mean, we're going to be way closer to 2 million way earlier than we thought, and these plans need to reflect that reality so that Edmontonians know what can be built in their neighborhoods. So I appreciate, I know I'm somewhat preempting a conversation in May, but I could not go without acknowledging that reality, because this conversation is just a small version of what I think we can expect over and over and over again, because if I was a community member in the same boat, I would have the exact same comments, which is that your plans do not match what you have shown me, which we've spent years on. So I think we have to be really careful about this. And when we have that conversation in May, understand that whatever we're approving is going to be generally seen by the community as somewhat of a, not a hard guarantee, but a reasonable guarantee of how they can expect development to occur in their neighborhood. So I think we need to approve this because of the growth, because of what we're seeing, because of the location is. We have 4-story buildings like this that surround parks in a number of communities. I represent a number of communities: North Glenora, McQueen, Mayfield, at least the 3 that pop to the top of my head that have buildings like this immediately adjacent to a park like this. But then let's set that expectation for everyone. So I'm going to support this, but please, just a huge red flag warning. We are setting ourselves up for a conversation in May that I think is not going to go well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Knack here that, if I was talking to a number of residents over the weekend south of the White Mud, and we were talking about densification, and many of them were saying, well, you need to densify as much as possible near the train stations. We need to get more people using transit, and that's where it makes sense we've invested hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into this train system. We need to be densifying around the stations. And most people generally in the city accept that, if you're near either bus rapid transit or LRT, this will be a site for densification, and this is a place where we generally want to enable more Edmontonians to live a car less or a car light life. So I think on balance, I think we showed this proposal to a lot of folks and said, where should the city be densifying near a train station, yes or no? I think they would absolutely be saying yes, especially this close to a park, this close to small commercial, multiple schools, close to major nodes of employment, close to White Avenue and to the U of A hospital and others. There's also the opportunity for the, let's say ballpark, the 16 to 32 humans who would live here, that they are not living on an arterial, they're not living on a busy road full of smog and congestion and dirty air, that they would be closer to a green space, a little bit quieter, a little bit nicer, that this is the kind of quality of home or opportunity that we would want to afford. And I think in a lot of these conversations, we do speak a lot about the impact to adjacent neighbors, but sometimes we don't talk about the opportunity for a better quality of life of the people who would be moving into the new home. And I just want to make sure those considerations are noted too, that we don't do enough off arterial density. We don't do enough quiet street or lower block density. I did check over lunch, and this is in the commune auto car share zone. This is very close to transit. This is, if you couldn't live car free in this location, there's very few places in Edmonton that you could. So I think some of the other traffic concerns I've heard from the community can be easily mitigated here too. So I know this playground very well. I know this spray park. I know that skate park. I go there frequently with my kids. It's it's a beautiful area, and it's the kind of place that I would want to live in a building like this. I would want to live in a location like this. So undeniably, there are negative impacts to the adjacent neighbor. That is clear, and those would need. I'm not trying to mince words about it. I'm not trying to say that this is anything less than a challenge. But I think where we have to balance is we have 100,000 constituents in our ward. We've got 1.1 million people in the city, and we have a city plan that does call for us to take into account the entirety of the city and the entirety of all of the humans who live here, and how do we take into account all of their needs. So I think in the fact as well too that we are still in a looming housing crisis, that we're in the lowest vacancy we've had for 10 years. And that's dramatic, and it's especially acute in this area. I live, in proximity of this development, and it's very hard to find a quality vacant apartment and a quality space. So certainly, I'm mindful. I don't want to be one of the gatekeepers, as some allege, that are forbidden the construction of new homes and new opportunity here. And finally, I'm mindful of our city's fiscal situation, that the city of Ottawa, and this is universal wherever sprawl is studied, but in Ottawa, they found that suburban expansion costs each person $465 per person per year in Ottawa. yet higher density infill development earns the city $606 per person per year. So this is the difference between if this development was built on the outskirts of town, it would be costing every single Edmontonian a little bit more money. But if we're doing this in a mature neighborhood where we already have the infrastructure, the schools, the parks, the roads, the rec, the transit, the libraries, the amenities, everything else, that from a citywide level, this is actually an investment, that this kind of development actually earns the city more dollars that will be able to not just mitigate our cost impacts, but make sure that we can ensure staff are paid fairly, that we can ensure that our libraries are well stocked, that we can ensure that our police are well resourced, and we can make sure that we all kind of live in the kind of community that we all desire. So it's very hard. These conversations are very challenging, and I don't deny that there's growing pains and impacts, especially to those most affected next door. But I believe our city plan calls for a different approach, and that's here before us today.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really appreciate the conversation today and appreciate our speakers coming out as well. You know, I think this file does highlight a number of tensions that have been touched on. So, you know, Councillor Knack spoke to the tension with our policy and planning framework, and I would echo those concerns. I would echo how important it is that we provide, again, if not certainty, because that's always hard to guarantee, but clarity of intentions and clarity of the outcomes that we expect. I think that is really important. You know, I think it is important to reflect that district plans are not adopted yet. And so I turn back to city plan, and I see a lot of alignment with city plan. So again, 76th Avenue being on a secondary corridor, you know, I interpret one block to be, you know, not just to the alleyway, but 76th Ave to 75th Avenue. So that would all be appropriate for low to mid-rise. So having this property sort of on the opposite side of the street to provide that transition and provide overlook and animation of the park as well. For me, those are really good fits just in that very site-specific context. Then we're reflecting on the close proximity to the LRT station as well. I think that's you know, a huge benefit, and I would anticipate that you know, many residents living there would welcome the chance to be so close to that great transit. But again, the other tension it raises was highlighted by Councillor Jans as well, just in terms of the growing pains that happen as we change as a city. And I think we have seen that. We've seen that in recent years, just in terms of shifting from, you know, a largely bungalow city to a 2.5-story city, and now introducing new building forms as well. So those tensions are real, and those impacts are real. And I think what we have to take on the balance is how it supports our city as a whole. We are in a climate emergency. We also need to ensure fiscal financial sustainability in the long term for our city as well. So this is an application that I will support and would encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So please vote.
Councillor Rutherford's a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that was 3.15, 3.16. Now we are on to 3.17, bylaw 207.
Sorry, point of order. We need a second reading.
Oh, sorry, we got to pass the other. Oh, sorry. So thank you, Councillor Knack. All right, second and third. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move second reading of items 315 and 316.
Councillor Salvador, second.
Yes, second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes. Is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Cartmell.
Yeah, I'm a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20760 and charter bylaw 20761.
Second by Councilor Salvador. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is correct. Now we are done with 3.15 and 3.16, right? Okay. All right. Now we can go to 3.17, bylaw 20744 to amend the Oliver area redevelopment plan. Okay. Exempted by Councillor Stevenson, 3.17. There are speakers in opposition as well. So we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Good afternoon.
Sorry, before you begin administration, Mayor Sohi, may you please read in the new speaker?
Okay, yes, we have additional speaker in favor, Thomas Burr from Everton. So we will add Thomas Burr to the list of speakers. Okay, okay, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Through the large-scale residential zone, or RLH65, this application would allow for a mid to high-rise residential buildings with a maximum height of 65 meters. An amendment to the Oliver Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, is also proposed. Next slide, please. The rezoning area is made up of two sites on the east and west corners of 103rd Avenue and 123rd Street in Oliver. The sites have excellent access to commercial amenities, open space, and active travel modes, including the future 124th Street LRT stop, which is about 250 meters to the north. Next slide, please. For the west site, the RL zone provides a range of building configurations due to the large site size. As shown on the slide, this includes a design scenario with two towers, up to 10 to 12 stories, or one tower above a short podium of up to approximately 20 stories. Other design scenarios are possible and would be determined with a more detailed design at the development permit stage. For the east site, the configuration is limited to one building, reflecting the smaller site size. This building could be 8 to 10 stories in height. Next slide, please. To prioritize active mode circulation near the development while still accommodating vehicle access via the alleys, several building design and infrastructure improvements will be explored at the development permit stage. These include installing a pedestrian sidewalk at 123rd Street, enhancing the paint line markings and traffic control signage at the 102nd Avenue cycle track, and providing enhanced cycling amenities within the building. Next slide, please. Through engagement, 3 people were heard from who opposed the application. Most concerns were related to wanting to keep the interior of Oliver to a low-rise built form and shadow concerns caused from taller buildings. There will be increased shadows given the scale of the buildings proposed. To help mitigate the shadow impacts, the RL zone requires 25 meters of tower separation and a maximum tower floor plate of 150 square meters. To achieve infill and density goals focused on nodes and corridors, there will need to be a level of acceptance of more characteristics of urban living such as this. The Oliver Community League has written a letter of support for this application, citing its close proximity to public transit and viewing it as an overall net benefit to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. In the city plan, both sites are within the center city, where mid and high-rise buildings are expected. One of the big city moves in the city plan is creating a community of communities where 50% of trips are made by transit and active travel.
With its proximity to the future LRT stop and bike lanes, the site is ideally sited to contribute to this target. The Oliver ARP is being amended to align better with the direction from the city plan and allow mid and high-rise development in this area. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it is located in the core of the city where the most intense forms of development are to occur in alignment with the city plan, and is at a location with excellent access to transit and active transportation modes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And I know Yolanda Liu, Holly Mickelson, and Paul Lenny were to answer questions only. I will check with Thomas Burr whether you wanted to make a presentation or questions only.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. No, answering questions only.
Got it.
Your Worship, sorry, it's Yolanda Liu. I had submitted to provide a presentation should the item be selected, and provided I provided a presentation to City Clerk last week.
Okay, no worries. Then we'll change that.
Thank you.
And will you be only one making a presentation, or any of your colleagues will be making a presentation?
Just myself, thank you.
Okay, good. We'll come to you then to make a presentation. Go ahead, please.
Okay, if the City Clerk could just bring it up on the screen, please.
Yes, here we go.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Yolanda Liu, and I'm here today on behalf of Aberton to amend the Oliver ARP and rezone 2 parcels in the Quentowin neighborhood. With me today is Paul Lanny from Aberton and Tom Burr, who are available for questions as well. Aberton has a proven track record of award-winning design and is invested in our city and our core, with their office located just steps away from this project. Next slide, please. The sites are located east of 124th Street and south of 103rd Avenue along 123rd Street. The sites are in close proximity to major transit routes, retail and employment opportunities on 124th Street and 104 Avenue, Paul Kane Park, and half a block from the 102nd Avenue bike lanes. The sites are also in close proximity to 2 future LRT stops. Next slide, please. The Oliver ARP amendment includes a text amendment to allow for mixed use and/or residential mid to high-rise buildings, as well as updates to maps to identify the site with its new proposed zoning and to remove the special character designation of the sites, which are currently vacant. Next slide, please. The sites are currently zoned a combination of DC1 and RM with a height modifier of 16 meters. Both sites are proposed to be rezoned to RL, the large-scale residential zone, which will accommodate medium to high-rise developments. Next slide, please. The current DC1 allows for residential development on the site that is limited to 10 meters in height and an FAR of 1. The current RM zone allows for residential with opportunities for commercial and office at a maximum height of 16 meters and an FAR of 2.3. The proposed zone is in alignment with recent rezoning approvals and development underway in the area. The zoning will continue to allow for residential with opportunities for commercial at grade. The building, if over 23 meters in height, will require a podium tower configuration with a tower maximum height at 65 meters and a maximum tower floor plate of 850 square meters. The overall maximum FAR for the sites is 5.5. Due to the size of the eastern site, it will be difficult to maximize the overall allowed height on the site, and it will most likely be developed with a mid-rise building. The proposed RL zone will inform the ultimate built form, providing us with parameters for the design. Next slide, please. Engagement for the proposed applications has included mailouts by the city to residents within 120 meters of the site, as well as a meeting and correspondence with the Oliver Community League. The Oliver Community League has provided a letter of support for the rezonings. Our client has also committed to further engagement with the Community League through the development permit process once designs have been completed. Next slide, please. The sites support infrastructure investment and transit-oriented development as they are located in close proximity to 2 future LRT stations along the Valley West line, LRT line, and major transit routes as well. The sites are located less than a 5-minute walk from the LRT stations at approximately 240 meters from the future 124th Street stop and approximately 400 meters from the Brewery District 120th Street stop. The sites are also located in close proximity to major transit routes along 124th Street and Jasper Avenue. Next slide, please. City Plan have guided the applications for these properties. The proposed applications are in alignment with City Plan, which identifies the sites as being located in Center City. The applications provide additional dwelling units in our core, development near nodes and corridors, providing access to employment, amenities, and existing infrastructure. The applications also support transportation investment by providing opportunities for intensification in the area and utilizing existing as well as future LRT infrastructure. These applications will continue to build out the vision of City Plan by not only providing new housing through infill and redevelopment, but utilizing the infrastructure that our city has invested in and intensifying areas around it. Thank you. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation, and I also want to acknowledge for your proactive approach to changing the name from Oliver to Quintuin in your presentation, even though it doesn't come into effect until end of this year, but you have proactively embraced that in your presentation. We really appreciate that and noticed. Thank you so much for that. And with that, we'll go to questions from members of council to the proponent and folks in favor. Yeah. Seeing none, we don't have any questions on the presentation. No questions to folks in favor. Now we'll go to community members signed to in opposition. I'll check if they're here. Jordan, Brendan, Gear.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And Lorraine Andrews, Kenwood.
Yes, I'm here.
Both of you. Please go ahead. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please go ahead.
Jordan, you go ahead.
Yeah, Jordan, please go ahead.
Thank you. I am a member of the public. I work in the area, and I would like to register a issue for consideration. I'm not necessarily opposed to this development, but I would like to raise an issue for consideration and maybe for other places as well. Parking in this area is relatively scarce, and this proposed rezoning and presumably future redevelopment would further reduce the surface parking lots available. Keeping in mind the city's goals of densification and keeping future options open, we suggest that their full parking requirements, including visitor parking, should be housed on their land, possibly underground. There are many examples of multi-story underground residential parking that includes commercial and visitor parking. Rather than reducing the number of parking sites available, this development could increase or keep neutral the number of parking sites available to the public. It is inevitable that visitors and or occupants of the development will park on the existing street side or surface parking lots, and this should be considered when making an assessment on the effect of the development on parking. We believe that this approach or something similar should be employed for all medium to large scale developments as densification becomes more important. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Lorraine Andrews.
Thank you. I represent the board of Kenwood Place, the condominium building that is directly across from the proposed development on the western side of 123rd Street. But first, I'd like to describe the area in question. The proposed development is surrounded by 103rd Avenue and 123th Street. Each of these streets can accommodate 3 lanes only, 1 for parking and 2 for through directional traffic. They are typical residential streets. The properties are currently vacant because the city earlier allowed developers to demolish several older houses, 2 of them heritage houses. One of the properties is currently being used as a parking lot. On January 1, the new zoning bylaw came into effect across Edmonton. Under that bylaw, the property immediately across from Kenwood, i.e. the place in question, remained zone DC1, low-rise development. Now, we are proposing to raise this height not to mid-rise development, but to high-rise development, because the owner of the property wants to build a structure up to 20 stories high on this property. Now, I just want to ask you, how would you feel if one morning you got notice that the property across the street from where you live in your residential neighborhood was going to be rezoned for a 20-story high rise? Okay, now the board opposes this application for rezoning for several reasons. This high-rise development is not at all compatible in scale with the buildings in Oliver. Now, Oliver is an aging community, and reasonable redevelopment should not be opposed on principle. But jumping from 3 stories to 20 stories is not reasonable. The possibility of additional commercial space on the ground floor of said proposed new high-rise really is meaningless, because the residents of the community already have access to coffee shops, grocery shopping, and all the other amenities they need. And why is this proposal being put forward? It is so that the developer can make the most money possible out of the property it owns. This is not in the best interests of the community at large. If approved, it would dramatically alter the neighborhood and would give precedent for other developers to buy up properties, demolish the houses they're on, and then come running to the city hall with their own plans to fill in the vacant lots they themselves have created. On January 1, this property was reaffirmed for low-rise development. On February 20, you are expected to change that to high-rise. Where is the planning in that? Secondly, as the previous speaker mentioned, the parking situation in the neighborhood is already chaotic. The business district on 124th Street does not have enough parking for their customers, who then have to park on nearby streets. But the street parking is inadequate, and many take the spaces, any spaces they see on private parking lots. A 20-story building will only exacerbate the situation, particularly because the city does not require a 1-for-1. In other words, one parking spot added in the development for each unit. So in other words, regardless of what ratio you require, it will make it worse, because there'll be that many more people with, say, 0.5 of a parking spot required per unit. It will get much worse. So further, the streets are residential streets, and the addition of that many people and their vehicles will lead to increased traffic congestion. Yes, you want densification. Yes, you want people, to move to 50% using public transit, but you've got to, make space for the other 50%. And you cannot wave a magic wand and have everyone using public transit overnight. We've been listening for years now to the prospect of this LRT opening up. It still is not in place. I've owned there for almost 15 years, still hearing it. And so most people will continue to use vehicles, and the surrounding neighborhoods will pay the price. Third, as for the residents themselves of Kenwood Place, a 20-story building across the street will mean that the residents will be deprived of sunlight. Yes, the developer will pay for studies that will claim that we'll only miss 15 minutes or an hour or a bit here and there. But really, that defies logic. You cannot put up a 20-story building or a 10 or even a 12
Thank
and
you,
directly
Lorraine.
across. I would ask that you reject the proposal and amend it to rezone to mid-rise development.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Questions to members signed up in opposition? Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to go back to Speaker Andras. Sorry, it looked like you had another slide in your presentation. Did you want to share what was on there?
Yes, what I do believe we should be looking for is development. I mean, yes, it's an older neighborhood. It needs updating. It needs to get on with the time, and it is central to downtown services. But I think we should not allow what will become potentially a blight on the community. It will destroy the values of the properties around it, which is itself affordable housing. You'll have fancy new prices in a fancy new structure. And I do think, though, there is lots of room for mid-rise development, and whether that be 6 stories, 7 stories, whatever, or townhouses. The property is prime for it. But to throw in this very large, tall monster is really doesn't seem to be well planned and would have long-term effects.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. And you've raised some points around, the shadow impact, for example, and I'll be sure to ask our city staff about that when we go to them for questions. I just had a quick question for Speaker Gear as well. Just you mentioned the parking. So I know that there's E-Park along 124th Street, and it goes a little bit into the neighborhood, but my memory, and I could be wrong, just want to confirm with you, but my memory is that 123rd, 122nd Streets, do those have parking restrictions right now?
Yes. I believe they're residential only up until 121st Street.
Okay, and I think I see Speaker Andra saying there's 2-hour parking restriction?
2 hours.
Okay. Okay, well, that's helpful. I'll maybe follow up with administration to understand some of the other tools we have to manage that parking, because it's an important impact to consider as we move forward. No further questions at this time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the questions to members of the public signed in opposition. At this time, we will go to questions to administration. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I was hoping to follow up on the questions from the speakers, particularly around shadow impact and also parking. But maybe just starting with shadow impact, did we complete a shadow analysis for this?
Yes, there is a shadow impact study submitted as part of the application.
Okay, and what did we see? And maybe, thinking about that property to the north there, the Kenwood Place condominiums, is it a situation where it's sort of perpetual shadow from now on? What's sort of the extent of that impact?
Yeah, if I could just ask clerks to bring up slide 13 of the presentation, can give you a better visual. There are certainly shadow impacts, but the shadow moves throughout the day. So 13 is going to show us the March and September equinoxes. Oh, sorry, could I just, okay, we'll go with this one. Sorry, there is a refresh on the presentation where I subbed in a better visual, but we can look at this one too. So this is showing a 10 to 12 story high building on the west site. And you could see that by the time it makes its way around, it's just hitting the road. Could I just ask for clerks to refresh the presentation? Sorry about this.
That's all right. We've got some time.
Okay, but I can summarize. I mean, it is an extended shadow, Councillor Stevenson, and it will impact their properties to the north. It looks like it goes in about 3 blocks, and it would hit them about midday and then be moved on by about 4:30.
Okay, thanks. So we'll just wait for those updated visuals, because I'm not seeing that direct impact actually, just in terms of where the tower is. So that would be assuming the single taller tower rather than the 2 shorter ones, I think is the visual we have in front of us right now.
Yes, exactly. So just the updated visual is that taller 20-story tower.
Okay, that will be helpful to see. And just for my memory as well, the high rise. Okay, the high rise zone. Does it limit the foot plate? The floor plate.
Floor area.
Yeah.
It limits the floor plate, yes, to 850 square meters.
Okay, and so that helps ensure that that shadow is sort of moving through when it does hit. Okay, well maybe just while we're waiting for that other visual, just around parking. So, so my understanding is that with open option parking, there wouldn't be a requirement to provide on street or sorry any off street parking. Is that correct?
Councillor, given that this site is in close proximity within 600 meters of a future LRT station, a zoning bylaw does have parking maximums. But as you said, there are no minimum requirements.
Okay, so there are the parking maximums, and we have that in place just to ensure, because I think parking can be a double-edged sword in the sense that it can actually increase traffic to the area. If more people are parking, they might have more vehicles moving through the area. And then, just in terms of if it does become an issue, if there are folks living in that building that are using on-street parking and it increases congestion, are there some other tools that the city can use to manage that curbside parking space?
So, city is currently working on curbside management. In this regard, I believe there's a report coming up next month to Urban Planning Committee in that regard. But definitely there are tools in our toolbox, such as limiting parking through time restriction. That has been successfully administered in other areas, and there may be other options as well.
Okay, yeah. So my understanding is that there's some 2-hour limits here, so it could be potentially moving to e-park to just help that turnover and that management. Okay, and then looking at the visuals, which I think we now have up in front of us. So okay, so yeah, seeing that there is sort of very direct shadow impact at 1:30 p.m. But again, sort of no shadow impact to the property to the north at 10:30 a.m. and by 4:30 p.m. sort of moved off. So again, not sort of seeing that perpetual shadow. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and this again is sort of March, September. At the solstices, summer solstice, that impact would likely be smaller. The winter solstice, I think, a bit trickier, obviously, just given the low height of the sun.
That's correct. This is why we generally show the equinoxes. In the summer, it's generally brighter. In the winter, it's generally darker.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I think those are all the questions that I had, but again, appreciate the analysis that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I couldn't see the time, so you got 30 seconds extra. Okay, there is no more questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if there are any questions on new information arisen out of the previous conversation. Questions to administration, or folks signed in favor or in opposition? From council members, seeing none, we are ready to close the public hearing on these bylaws. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move closure of the public hearing.
I need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move first reading of the items.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first reading on the floor. At this time, anyone to speak to the bylaws? Seeing none, Councillor Stevenson to close. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel comfortable supporting this rezoning. I know that it's not without its implications, and it will mean change for the neighborhood. For me, the location of these sites in close proximity to existing transit, so, lots of buses along 124th and Jasper Avenue, close connection to the bike path, and then also recognizing the future Valley Line LRT, which will be, about a block away. For me, this is well situated and very much in line with our city plan. That's not to say that there aren't impacts, that there won't be changes in the community. This neighborhood has been one of change and adaptation and growth, and I personally, as a resident on the other side of the neighborhood, it is a really valued one, and the opportunity to invite more people into the neighborhood through this new housing, I think, is an exciting one. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this moving forward and appreciate the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
That is carried. Okay, second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20744 and Charter Bylaw 20745.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final readings.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that dealt with the 3.17, 3.18. We are on to 3.21, right? 3.21 and 3.22. Okay. Bylaw 20746 to amend the Central McDougall Queen Mary Park redevelopment area redevelopment plan, and Charter Bylaw 20747 to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing Queen Mary Park. Sorry. Okay, we have one person in opposition who will go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application is to rezone 3 parcels in the Queen Mary Park neighborhood from the RS, or small scale residential zone, to the RM H28 medium scale residential zone. This would allow for a building with a maximum height of 28 meters, or roughly 8 stories. Next slide, please. The properties front onto 111th Avenue, forming a corner site along the northern edge of the community. The site has quick access to transit, green space, and is walking distance to the numerous amenities found in the Blatchford-Nate Kingsway major node, including Kingsway Mall and Nate. Next slide, please. The proposed RM zone allows for a building 28 meters high. However, the flexibility of the zone's regulations mean that different building designs are possible. To demonstrate this, administration modeled 2 design scenarios as shown on the slide. The model on the left shows the building maximizing the height to 28 meters. However, to stay within the allowable floor area ratio, the design would have to increase setbacks. Those are shown in pink. In the model, we assume these setbacks were taken on the flanking side and rear. The model on the right assumes a design that builds to the minimum setbacks. However, to stay within the allowable floor area ratio, the building height is reduced to 21 meters or approximately 6 stories. The site is bordered by roadways on 3 sides, helping to reduce impacts on nearby properties. The greatest effects will be felt by the smaller scale building to the west, and the zone regulations add a step back above the 4th floor, which will help reduce the impacts to building mass, the impacts from building mass. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard from 8 people, with 6 in opposition, 1 in support, and 1 with general questions. Common concerns we heard included that on-street parking in the area is heavily congested, and residents are worried additional density will further reduce availability. We also heard that an 8-story building will be out of scale with the neighboring homes, and that the height will have impacts on privacy and access to sunlight. Next slide, please. The city plan establishes a network of nodes and corridors where deliberate urban intensification will be supported. The site is located within the 111th Avenue primary corridor, where mid-rise and some high-rise built forms are expected. The site's close access to numerous amenities and transit also make the site appropriate for the requested zone. Administration recognizes that a building of this scale has impact on the ground and to adjacent properties. As corridors develop over time, this impact will become less pronounced. To facilitate the rezoning, amendments to the Central McDougall Queen Mary Park Area Redevelopment Plan are required to designate this site for medium-rise apartments. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this application. It enables intensification within a primary corridor where mid-rise built forms are envisioned. It is well connected to transit and active mode networks, including bus service, LRT, and a shared pathway. And it is in proximity to a variety of services and amenities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. At this time, we will go to Jeff Booth and Aurora De Leon to make presentation. Jeff Booth, are you there?
Yes.
And Aurora De Leon?
Yes, I'm
okay,
here.
Good. All right, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Jeff Booth from Situate, and I'm speaking this afternoon about our client's application to rezone their property in Queen Mary Park to the RM zone to allow for a new multi-unit residential building. Next slide. The site in question has an area of about 2,486 square meters. It's surrounded on 3 sides by roadways, 111th Ave to the north, 110th Street to the east, and a lane to the south. 111th Ave is an arterial road and frequent transit route. Next slide. Situate submitted this application in September of 2023, at which time we created a web page to provide our contact information, post updates about the application, as well as to answer commonly asked questions. In October, we also mailed an information letter to 43 nearby properties to let the neighbors know about the project, the web page, and again to provide our contact information. We heard from one neighbor who had questions about what the proposed zoning would allow. We also reached out to the Queen Mary Park Community League, and they let us know that they didn't have any concerns about the rezoning. Next slide. The land use immediately surrounding the site is primarily low-density residential. Many older, smaller-scale buildings along 111th Avenue will likely be redeveloped as the primary corridor begins to intensify in alignment with city plan. There are several low-rise buildings to the east along 109th Street and commercial buildings, including Kingsway Mall to the north. The Royal Alex Hospital is about 660 meters east of the site, and the site's also near a number of schools and parks. There are several bus stops on 111th Avenue and 109th Street, and the site is located approximately 600 meters from the Kingsway Royal Alex LRT station. It's also located near bike routes through Airway Park and along 106th Street. Next slide. As I mentioned, the site is on 111th Avenue, which is a designated primary corridor in city plan. The site's also located near the Kingsway primary corridor and the Blatchford, Nate, Kingsway major node. City plan encourages development in primary corridors in the form of mid to high-rise buildings, which includes buildings ranging from 5 to 20 stories. This proposed zoning would allow for a building at the smaller end of what city plan calls for. As a result, this will provide a sensitive transition to the surrounding lower density areas and contribute to the gradual plan transition over time that city plan envisions. Next slide. As I pointed out, the site is located about 600 meters from an LRT stop, making it an ideal location for new multi-unit housing in alignment with city plan policy. This application is part of the planned redevelopment process that is occurring near LRT stops and will help to provide the density needed to support the LRT network we've invested so much in. Next slide. This slide shows that there will be a significant setback or step back of 6 meters on the west side of the site, providing an appropriate transition to the single detached housing to the west. It's also likely that those properties will be redeveloped in the future as the corridor intensifies. This slide also shows what the maximum building footprint could look like if the site was rezoned to the RM-H23 zone, which is the lowest intensity mid-rise zone. While that zone permits a maximum height of 6 stories, the floor area ratio would likely result in a larger building footprint compared to an 8-story structure. This means that under the proposed RM-H28 zoning, there will likely be more surface space available for amenity and surface parking. Next slide. As part of our application, we submitted a sun shadow study based on the largest building that could be built under the proposed zoning. This shows that for most of the year, the shadow impact on residential properties is fairly limited, and the shadow moves quite rapidly over the ground throughout the day, such that no yard would be in permanent or perpetual shadow. Next slide. Now on my last slide, you can see the breakdown of the housing mix in the neighborhood. Low-rise apartments make up 83% of the mix, while mid-rise buildings make up only 4%. The proposed rezoning will help to provide a more balanced mix of housing in the neighborhood. Next slide. So to wrap up, I would like to respectfully ask for Council's support of administration's recommendation today, which aligns with City Plan's goal of adding 50% of new housing units through infill citywide and will enable the development of multi-unit housing in a primary corridor close to transit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Next, we'll go to Aurora De Leon. Please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Hi, and good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and councilors. My name is Aurora De Leon, and I'm one of the owners of the site being considered for rezoning today. And like Jeff, we want to thank you for taking the time to hear our presentation and to consider this application. So to give you a little bit of background on who I am, I've actually lived in Edmonton for over 17 years. My husband, myself, and our 2 kids, we consider Edmonton our home. And we're passionate about providing housing in walkable and transit-oriented communities throughout Edmonton. So we've actually done about 5 multi-unit infill projects in neighborhoods like Glenwood, Prince Charles, and have 3 active construction projects at this time. Next slide, please. So we believe that this site in the community of Queen Mary Park is a fantastic spot for our project, as it's located close to transit and amazing amenities that Jeff pointed out. The site is close to bus stops on 111th Avenue, the Kingsway and Royal Alec LRT station, which will provide residents with easy access to the transit system. The site also has easy access to Kingsway Mall, parks and green spaces, schools, and commercial services. So we believe that providing more housing option in the community will help support the many businesses and schools that are in the area and contribute to the community's vibrancy. And we're looking to attract a mix of Edmontonians that will want to live in a well-connected location. Next slide, please. So we're actually very excited to be part of this next era of city rebuilding in Edmonton. So the goals set out in the city plans are providing opportunities to build different housing types that will give families and individuals more opportunities to live in great neighborhoods like Queen Mary Park. And we want to be part of that process. So providing housing that is designed well and built well in Edmonton's neighborhoods. And last slide, please. So to wrap up my presentation, I'd just like to again end by saying thank you. I'm really happy to be here today to speak about this project. I'm hopeful that with your support, we can build something great on this site in Queen Mary Park and provide new housing options for a community and help implement the city plan goals. And that's it for me today. Thank you for your time and for listening. If you have any questions, I'll be here with Jeff to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll see if there are questions from council members. No, I don't see any questions to both of you. Thank you so much. Next, we will go to community member signed in opposition. Scott Zubat. Zubat, are you there?
Hi, yeah.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Sure. Hi, I'm Scott Zubat. My house is directly south of the site of the proposed rezoning. I want to start by saying that I support development and densification in our neighborhood. I understand that there's a need for more housing in the city, and I welcome any development that enhances our community. I have two primary concerns. I'd like to talk about the benefit to our community first. The proposed development is way out of scale with our street and neighborhood. The site is within the 111 Ave primary corridor, which seeks a minimum density of 150 people per hectare. This site is roughly a quarter of a hectare, and by my calculations, the proposed rezoning is nearly 5 times the density the city has set out as a goal. To satisfy the city's goal on a lot of this size, you would need to house 37 people. Current RS zoning would easily double that goal. Why then the need for such a huge structure? Please take a look at image 7 on the planning report for a sense of the scale. Does it look like a building that's going to integrate into the surrounding community? Besides the physical size of the development, I also have concerns with how it interfaces with the neighborhood. The planning report states that this development is bordered by 3 public roadways. It's important to know that the third so-called roadway is a back alley. It's narrow, and the proposed development is only set back 3 meters from the alley. The other thing to be aware of is this alley acts as an informal footpath for many people moving east and west across the city. Within the last year, we've also had an increase in crime related to this alley. The development needs to be designed in a way that increases community safety. This building should interface with the community from both the front and back. A wall and a bunch of dumpsters in the alley isn't necessarily going to increase safety. We want to see a scale of development that retains the humanity of the neighborhood and makes it safer. We want outdoor spaces that encourage people to be in our backyards and interacting with the alley. And we'd like the city to recognize this alley is a major conduit for foot traffic and make sure that any development along 111th Street is designed in a way that takes it into account. Another issue is walkability. On page 5, the city report states that the proposed RM zone will foster a denser, more walkable community while also maintaining human scale developments. Rezoning the site for up to 8 stories and 90 units doesn't automatically make the community more walkable. We have a big issue with traffic and vehicles using our street as a shortcut to avoid the intersection on 109th Street and 111th Ave. It's a safety issue. The cars drive through at high speeds and we get an enormous amount of traffic, especially during rush hour. Add to this traffic to and from St. Catherine's School and St. Joe's School. What's going to be the effect of an additional 90 residential units on this corner? Even if you assume that many of those 90 units will be using public transport, there's going to be a big increase in pedestrian traffic south down 110th Street. Kids and families walking to either John A. McDougall School or St. Catherine's School will be using the street. It's a serious accident waiting to happen. We will need measures to limit and calm the traffic trying to use the street as a shortcut. We will need crosswalks to help kids safely get to school, and we will need a way for kids to safely ride a bike to school besides the sidewalk. The city and developer will need to invest in some changes to actually make the surrounding area more walkable, regardless of the size of the structure. We also have the issue of mature trees. A development that benefits the community should be required to put more trees in the neighborhood, not remove them. There are currently about 20 mature trees on the site that will be removed, and there's no plan to save or replace any of them. The other concern is that planning that has gotten into the development. I'm not confident that it's been well researched. Let me give you an example. The shadow assessment, as you can see on page 11 at 9 a.m., the image is grayed out, indicating the sun has not come up yet. This doesn't mean there is no shadow. When it does rise, it will create a huge swath of shade to the west, shading many homes and businesses. This report is totally incomplete. In general, it's been a bit of a struggle to get information and understanding this process. I reached out to our city councillor several times and got no response back. There was a very short time frame between getting the notice for the meeting and the meeting itself, only 13 days. I also requested a postponement of the hearing and was denied. These aren't ideal conditions to making thoughtful considerations and arguments. Finally, I just want you to be aware the lack of feedback from our neighborhood does not mean a show of support for this rezoning. I caution against using our street or neighborhood as a guinea pig for a bold city project just because you don't have a lot of vocal opposition. We have a street with many rental properties. We have a lot of newcomers with limited English. You're simply not going to get a loud vocal resistance from homes in this area. I think with this knowledge comes a responsibility on your part to make this decision carefully. We want any development on this spot and in this neighborhood to be made carefully with adequate research and truly benefit our community. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us, Scott. We'll see if there are questions to Scott from council members. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you so much for joining us today, Scott. You know, you've raised a number of important questions. I'll be sure to follow up with our city staff in terms of density, you know, what the expectation is for alley upgrades, landscaping. Did want to flag notice. So I apologize. I've searched my inbox and I don't see any correspondence directly from you. I know that you had submitted a concern through our public hearing portal just around the notice period. So when you say you only got notice on February 13th, could you let me know sort of, is that when you found out about the application or how did you hear about it on the 13th?
Oh, it was 13 days notice. I received it on February 7th.
Okay. And so
Yeah.
you received it like in your inbox or your mailbox?
Just in our mailbox, yeah.
Okay. So I'll follow up with our city staff just to understand that. And were there signs posted on the property prior to that?
Yeah, there's a sign. There was a big sign that was put up maybe a few days before that. But again, there's no hearing date on that. So we only got that information on February 7th.
Okay, I'll follow up on that with our city staff just to confirm that proper procedure was followed. I know there can be challenges sometimes with Canada Post and when they get letters out, but I'll be sure to follow up on that. You know, really hear you with some of the challenges around shortcutting and just recognizing there are two schools there. Do you know if your community has applied for the street lab program, which can provide some of those interventions to make streets safer?
No, I'm not aware. I did reach out to the community league in regards to this, and they didn't mention anything about that. So as far as I know, they haven't. But
Okay, well, something you know, I can follow up with you offline because I think that could be a good remedy. You know, regardless of this rezoning, just in the community. And then I did want to, you know, follow up. So just in terms of, I know, you know, just about a block or two from there was a recent project that was constructed, the Willow, I think, which is an 8-story, I believe it's an 8-story building as well. And just wondering if you had noticed a difference sort of pre and post that construction.
yeah, that one was more appropriate because there's a lot more mid-rise apartments right around there. There's barely any single-story buildings in that vicinity. It's right on the edge of a park. It's right next to, it's a half a block from the schools, so it fits that design fits there.
Okay, and then just in terms of sort of additional traffic or things like that, has that changed significantly since it went up?
Oh yeah, traffic has increased a lot in the last year, especially like before school, after school. There's traffic coming through here, and then rush hour. Everyone's trying to shortcut that 109, 111th intersection.
Oh, okay, so more shortcutting rather than necessarily.
Well, it's both. It's both the shortcutting and mixed with the school traffic, apartment traffic. It's increased a lot.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you coming out today, and I'll, as I say, I'll ask these questions on to our city staff, and appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and thank you for the presentation. I wanted to just ask a little bit more. I know, so you touched on the city plan and sort of the overall goals as a city, and you know, and if you've had a chance to join for much of the meeting, you always see, and you've probably heard some of the tension we deal with when we're dealing with different applications, particularly those that are interior to a community. Not the city of Edmonton's focused on density for the last number of decades on the exterior of the community, in part because oftentimes the feedback we've heard is that that's how you create the least amount of impact, especially when you're on the edge of a community with no homes, sort of, you know, in this case it'd be across 111th Avenue. And I guess I wanted to get a better sense of, I heard your comment around the unit count. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of like what would be, in your view, sort of the right height for something like that, which is on the exterior of the community, which wouldn't have sort of the same type of sun shadow impact it would have if it was, say, on the other edge of the community, on the you know, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what would we look at, because that is typically where we've seen higher forms of density, really dating back to the 1970s in the city.
Yeah, we definitely we're in favor of densifying. The current RS zoning we feel is adequate, that you could put 33 units on those 3 lots with that, and at an average of 3 people in a building, I mean, that's 100 people you're housing right there. 4 stories, like we'd be happy to have a 4-story building go in there, but when you're going from 8 stories to single-story houses, it's totally out of proportion.
So just so I can understand, is it more the number of people and the unit count and the impacts that you shared in terms of traffic and safety and things like that, versus the built form itself? Again, because I would just look at okay.
I mean, it's a bit of both, because the built form, you can see from the picture, they're taking out all the landscaping, all the trees. There's nothing going back in. The building is taking the whole 3 lots. So it's just a block going in. If you kept the RS zoning, you could have some landscaping. You could still save some of the trees. It would still meet the city's requirement for density. It just feels more appropriate.
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to dig into that a little bit. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Okay. That concludes the questions to Scott. With that, we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Wanted to follow up on some of the questions that were raised. So maybe just starting with density. I think that could you help me understand sort of the expectations around density along primary corridors and how this fits into it?
So density in the city plan is referred to measured by people or jobs. So in primary corridors, it's upwards of 250 people per a hectare in the primary corridor. In the zone itself, RMH28, there is a minimum requirement for dwelling units. So different than people, that's units per hectare. And that minimum at H28 is 90 per hectare. Now this site is under a hectare. If we did just the straight math based on the site area, it would be a minimum of 22 units expected on the site.
Okay, and then so just in terms of that would be in line with city plan in terms of the density guidelines there?
Yes, those densities set in the city plan are a minimum. Just to give, yes, to give a scale of what's expected between, say, the hierarchy of a primary corridor, a secondary corridor, and the major nodes and district nodes. So this application aligns in terms of density, and it aligns in terms of the built form in terms of what's expected for primary corridors under the city plan.
Okay, great. And then would we anticipate the need for, because I appreciate that point about the alley being used for pedestrians, would we anticipate upgrades to the alley as part of this development?
Yes, Councillor. Alley upgrades will be required to take it from a residential to a commercial standard.
Okay. Oh, okay. And I suppose this is a bit, yeah, maybe I'll connect on that offline, just in terms of, you know, any accommodation for pedestrians if it is more of a muse scenario, but recognizing we can't necessarily land on that today, but there will be an upgrade to a commercial standard, which would improve the quality of that alley. In terms of landscaping, are there landscaping requirements in the proposed zone?
Yes, there are landscaping requirements.
Okay, and that would include some tree planting?
Yes, the minimum shrub and tree planting.
Okay, okay, so likely there would be some lost mature trees, but there would be a requirement to plant some new ones.
That's correct, and carried on from the previous zoning bylaw. The incentive is there to retain mature trees as a credit for the landscaping requirements in the zone. So that's an option too.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Then, just in terms of the shadow impact, just wondering if you could speak to the methodology in terms of the comment around the sun not being up yet. So I think this is typically how we see. So when the sun does rise on December 21st, I think, you know, the point is that there would be a shadow impact. The methodology is just that right at 9 a.m. the sun isn't up, and so we're not able to measure the shadow. Is that correct?
That's correct. Without the sun, there would be no shadow.
Okay, but we see that by noon, by 12 p.m., you know, the shadow is off the adjacent property, and is sort of you know, still a shadow north, but not.
Yes, yeah, and it's north across the street, crossing that. There's a parking lot there now, and open space, and that really wide right of way eats up quite a bit of that shadow. So again, I mean, the sun moves, right? And of course, winter is the darkest time of the year. So if we're looking more in the summer, there's going to be way more sun access.
Yeah. So then just finally, and sorry if I have to come around for another round, just with the notice. So our speaker mentioned that he didn't receive notice until February 7th. Could you just talk me through and I don't know if this is a question for law, but just in terms of our requirements for notification, and if we have confirmation that the rezoning sign was up prior to that time?
We do, yep. I can bump it over to Jamie in a minute. The advance notice was sent. Advance notice is when we notify we have an application. So that's a proposed notice of land use change. That was sent on October 26th. Site signage was verified to be. Do you want me to stop talking because your time is
running? Sure. We could. Okay. Can I move another round?
Yeah, you can move another round.
Yeah, I would like to move another round.
Second by Councillor Nag. Please vote.
Yes, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson, carry on.
Thank you. So just following up from my last line of questioning, so I understand, so advance notice was sent to properties, I'm assuming within 60 meters of the site on October 26th, so that would have been sort of a postcard saying that you've received the application. And then, sorry, you mentioned site signage was confirmed at what point?
January 27th, 2024.
Okay.
And the public hearing notice, that postcard would have been mailed out through Canada Post January 25th,
okay,
2024.
Oh, okay. So then maybe then just going to legals. So recognizing that the postcard was sent January 25th through Canada Post, recognizing that there may be a variation in their service standards, or again, it didn't arrive until February 7th. How do we consider that in a public hearing context in terms of proper notification?
Yeah, good afternoon, Councillor. So the legislative requirements are actually quite minimal. It requires that you send out notices or they put an ad in the papers. Actually, we do both. And so there's a bit of a double standard there that we adhere to, which means that we really rarely, if ever, run into risks of breaching that. In regards to the mail outs, though, the Interpretation Act deems that it's delivered 7 days after it's mailed. So that's how we eliminate the ambiguity in that. And then that is done in the fashion to where it deemed to have arrived in time. So from what I've seen and what I can review here in the report, this has all been done as per standard. There doesn't appear to be any anomalies in notice or advertising of this application. I would recommend you treat it as you have others.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And maybe just going back, can someone remind me if we do have the ability, and I know we did at some point, are people able to sort of opt in for emails around different land applications in their area? Is that still possible, or is that no longer a service that we offer?
So on an application by application basis, we would collect emails as we hear from community members. So if we had the advance notice, had heard from a community member and then asked if they'd want to be kept informed, or we keep that list and inform them throughout the application of major milestones. But as far as an automated list to receive notifications, I'm not aware of any in the past. Maybe there's another.
I can maybe comment on that. That's coming. That's some technology improvements that we're looking at as a subsequent piece of work to the zoning bylaw renewal.
Okay, great. Because, yeah, I think, inevitably there may just be gaps, or again, it's possible that people didn't even, notice the first postcard. Sometimes it's easy to chuck something in the recycling bin. So looking for some other tools to ensure that people are aware of what's happening in their neighborhood. That's great to hear that that's going to happen. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. At this time, I'll ask if there are questions from council members to administration or folks in favor and opposition on any new information arising out of the previous discussion. Seeing none, we are ready to close the public hearing.
Yes, I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knox. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move first reading of items 321 and 322.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Sorry, to speak. We got 12 minutes before we take a break. All right, to speak, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and I thought since I had some comments on some of the other ones, I might offer some thoughts here. Unlike some of the other ones we've talked about, which I appreciate, were a bit of a shift from what we've normally done. This one, and I'll come to some of the specific issues raised by the speaker, is on the exterior of the community, is on that edge that has a very minimal impact to most of the neighbors, particularly related to something like a sun shadow, as an example, because 111th is a massively wide road that supports a lot of movement of traffic, and so I think that's a great placement for a building of that. And I touched on this in some of the questions, but arterial roads is where we've almost always put density since, really the 1970s. If you go back into the history of most community development, that's typically where we've done it. And And while I want to make sure we're also having density in interior to a community, this is a location that I think makes a lot of sense based off the history of development, based off the city plan, which does identify this as a primary corridor, based off proximity to, obviously Kingsway is a good example of a lot of services and amenities close by. So it's a great opportunity for somebody who, things like traffic, which we heard concerns on, this is a great placement and a great site to help mitigate that potential for traffic impacts, because you really could live in a site like this and not have to own a car quite easily. You would it is I think truly a good definition of what that sort of 15-minute city concept is, and with easy access to transit. I think the other concerns that were raised again are incredibly valid, whether it's the pedestrian access along the alleyway, which I heard about the upgrade to a commercial standard, which I think is great, to some of the shortcutting traffic, but I will trust and leave it in the capable hands of the ward councillor to work with the resident there to work through those issues, because what I heard today is that those issues exist today, regardless of whether or not this development is approved. And so I heard a willingness and a desire from the ward councillor to go and try to work on those, because we've been seeing that more and more in mature neighborhoods. The Street Labs initiative has been a great way to help address a lot of these issues. And so appreciating that those can be dealt with using a different set of tools, I think that from a city plan perspective, from a land use plan, from a district plan perspective as well on this particular site, this is a very reasonable developments in terms of built form and what we're looking to accomplish. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate my colleagues' comments and appreciate the comments from our speakers as well. This is a tough one. I really take the point that this isn't necessarily in scale with what's currently in existence in the neighborhood, and this is the challenge of city building. We need to be looking at where we want to go in the future, not just where we are now. And from how I read city plan, how I've heard the interpretation from our planners as well, is that this proposal is very much in line with our future vision, very much in line with the guidance of city plan. And again, that doesn't change maybe a sense that it's too far too fast in the present. But again, it's looking to the future and recognizing that the change that we want to see in our community will happen site by site. I think developments like this and our overall city plan vision helps us to get to a more sustainable and financially sustainable city for Edmonton. So I'll be supporting this rezoning and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of items 321 and 322.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you. I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you, and I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20746 and 20747.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we're going to carry on to our next item, 3.24, bylaw 207322 to amend the Ellerslie area structure plan. We'll get a presentation from administration, then we'll take a break, then we'll come to our speakers. How's that?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and member. Oh, are we ready?
Yeah, go ahead. There's both 324 and 325.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This application proposes to rezone 7.2 hectares in southeast Edmonton from the future urban development zone, or the FD zone, to the small scale flex residential zone, the RSF zone, and public utility zone, the PU zone, to allow for a range of low density residential development and expansion of an existing stormwater management facility. In addition to those changes, the Neighborhood Parks and Services Zone, or the PSN zone, is proposed to create a linear park that, once it enters city ownership, will preserve the existing trees on site. Next slide, please. The site is primarily located in the southwest corner of the Orchards at Ellerslie neighborhood, south of 25th Avenue Southwest and west of Orchards Green Southwest. The southern portion of the site is located outside the Orchards neighborhood and is within the Ellerslie industrial neighborhood. The site is primarily agricultural land, which is planned for residential development. To the north and east are developing residential areas within the orchards, with land planned for future industrial development to the west and south. Next slide, please. This application proposes to amend the Ellerslie area structure plan to adjust the configuration of two stormwater management facilities. The expansion of the facility adjacent to the rezoning site is required to service both the planned residential and industrial development located in both neighborhoods. While amendments to the area structure plan are required to show the changes to the stormwater management facilities, this application aligns with the neighborhood structure plan, which designates this area as suitable for low-density residential development. The neighborhood structure plan requires a transition area to be provided to act as a buffer between residential and future industrial uses. This transition area has typically been accommodated through the use of linear parks, which separates the uses from one another, as well as allowing for the development of a shared use path on the perimeter of the neighborhood to increase multimodal connectivity in the area. While a linear park being provided on the western edge of this application, the southern transition area is being provided through the expansion of a stormwater management facility. This stormwater facility will be required to provide a shared use path along its perimeter. Next slide, please. As part of this application, an administrative amendment to the area structure plan is included to update policies regarding the condition and status of the Southeast Woodland Natural Area, which was partially removed in 2006. As portions of this natural area are no longer present, amendments to the mapping and statistics to more correctly delineate the remaining woodland area are included in this application. Policy amendments are proposed to recognize the original size and configuration of this natural area and provide clear direction for the preservation of ecological connectivity through the remaining portions of the natural area. Next slide, please. As part of public engagement for this application, 94 notices were sent to surrounding landowners in September of 2023. One response was received in opposition from an adjacent landowner with concerns regarding the previous plan amendment, which added this area to the Orchards at Ellerslie neighborhood structure plan and the potential impacts of this rezoning on the property. Administration met with this landowner to discuss these concerns and provide information on the previously approved amendments of the surrounding plans and the rezoning and subdivision process. Following that meeting, concerns from the resident regarding the future of the established trees located on the future park site were brought forward. It was communicated to the resident that as the site will be city-owned following subdivision, they will be required to be retained in accordance with city policy, which will ensure their preservation. Following this, the applicant committed to the city that they would preserve the trees until they can be absorbed into the city's inventory. Next slide, please. Administration recommends this application be approved because it is compatible with existing and planned surrounding land uses and aligns with the goals and policies of city plan to accommodate all future growth for an additional 1 million people within Edmonton's existing boundaries. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. We'll take a break here and we'll be back at 3:45. Then we'll go to speakers. Thanks. Until then, we are on recess.
in the chamber.
All right, would like to call this meeting back to order. Do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette is away on council business. Councillor Tang was not feeling well. Councillor Tang, you there? Okay. Councillor Hamilton is also away on council business. Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Not a councillor. Councillor Rice.
Councillor Rice and Councillor Rice and Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Councillor Jans is here too.
Okay, thank you. Over to members signed for this item. Okay, Rod Henricks, to answer questions only or to presentation?
We are to answer questions only.
All of you, Joe as well, Patrick. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Any questions to folks in favor? Folks in favor? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I'm just, on behalf of Councillor Tang, wanted to ask a little bit more about the tree stand. I know it was referenced in administration's presentation, but just wondering from the applicant perspective if you could share a few more details.
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor. There is a band of trees along the property line, the north-south property line that separates our clients' lands from the neighboring lands to the west. And there's a band of trees along that property line. City administration made us aware that there were some concerns about it. We have an active subdivision application that's being processed right now. And it's hard to tell from an air photo whether those trees are on the westerly neighboring lands or whether they are actually on our lands. And they may be a combination of both, but regardless, there was a question about whether our client would be interested in conserving them, and they are absolutely willing to do so. Ultimately, that land is going to be dedicated to the city of Edmonton as a greenway for a shared use path, and that decision will ultimately fall to the city. We will be asked to design and construct a shared use path within that 20-meter wide greenway. And as long as they can all be accommodated, that's perfectly fine. But at the end of the day, that decision will rest with the city as the land will be transferred to them.
Okay, great. Well, that's a really good clarification. So the rezoning that's happening immediately to, abutting the properties to the west, that is proposed as parkland zone, which would be dedicated to the city. So it's not, there's no intention, it's not being zoned for residential. There wouldn't be development kind of right up to that property edge?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'll have a few more questions for administration on that, but that's all for that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the questions to the proponent. Now we will go to a member of public signed in opposition, Catherine Shuttle. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Okay, please go ahead, make your presentation.
Well, it's interesting that we've been talking about this cluster of trees, and that's the reason for my opposition, is that I was concerned that they would be bulldozed and then replaced with saplings. But I'm getting the feeling, based on what's just been said, that they will remain unharmed. They will stay there. I am the property owner on the other side of those trees where there's question as to which side are these trees on, this side or that side or both. So I was seeking a mechanism from council to provide me with certainty and assurance that this tree stand would remain where it was and not jeopardized by the rezoning. And so just a few minutes ago, I think I heard from the developer, Rod Henricks representing them, and Andrew Shearstone, that there is a desire to preserve them. So I'm just looking to make sure that I have a mechanism to assure me that that will occur. And I don't know what that is. So if somebody could fill me in with that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll ask that to admin. Okay. Any questions to Speaker Catherine Shuttle? Okay, we see none. At this time, we'll go to administration for questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I've got some clarity in regards to those trees, but just wanted to ask administration about sort of, you know, as the public speaker mentioned, some of the assurances or mechanisms to ensure that those trees are preserved. If someone from administration could speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So because that tree stand is located at least partially or wholly within what a future city park site would be, everything in that would be subject to the city's tree preservation guidelines. So that obligates us as administration to find ways to preserve and maintain as many of those trees as possible, with the goal of like complete preservation. That being said, we do have I'm going to say requirements that we have to put through that area as the applicant indicated, which is a shared use path and all the other associated elements you'd typically want to see in a greenway that may or may not have impact on what that preservation of trees would look like. And so what we've tried to communicate here as best as possible is that we have very strong intent and guideline and direction to preserve those trees. We just can't necessarily confirm which trees and what trees and how many, beyond saying that the vast majority is what our intent is to preserve long term.
Okay, so, you know, sometimes when we're doing subdivision, there'll be sort of conditions to the subdivision. In this case, and we put those conditions on because if we don't control the land, but in this case, we would control the land as the city. Is that correct? That would be dedicated through subdivision?
Correct.
Okay. And as you say, sort of there will need to be a shared use path accommodated. It looks to me that property, the piece that would be dedicated, I think I heard, sorry, about 20 meters wide.
That's correct. Yeah, it would be 20 meters. And so our typical design scheme for greenways such as this is to run the shared use path down the middle of it. And those trees are located on the western portion of the western boundary of the site. So there should be room within there. It's just right now we can't necessarily give complete assurance that everything in there is going to be preserved. And potentially we'd have to go in there for maintenance reasons as well and potentially remove any dead trees.
Okay. So again, recognizing that, you know, a shared use path I think is typically about 3 meters wide. It would run down the middle of 20 meters. That'd be sort of 10 meters from the edge. The only caution that you're providing, and again, we have a bylaw that requires and certainly prioritizes preserving the mature trees. But all you're sort of guarding against is maybe, you know, unexpected conditions. If there was a tree that wasn't healthy, or if, you know, there was some sort of minor access requirement, there may be some loss, but certainly not sort of that wholesale bulldozing. That wouldn't be the intent or the practice.
Correct. Yeah, I just don't want to give false assurances to Catherine that there's not going to be any maintenance in there, but the intent is that those trees will be preserved.
Okay, great. Well, I didn't have any further questions on this, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, any more questions to administration? So no, at this time I will ask if council members have any questions on new information arising out of the previous discussion. I see none. We are ready to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. Please vote. I hear for me to vote. Here you go.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of items 3.24 and 3.25.
Second.
Please vote. Oh, sorry, somebody to speak? Okay. All right, here we go. We have the first reading on the floor. And to speak, Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to briefly acknowledge Councillor Tang was staying into the meeting. She held on as long as she could, but she did need to step away due to an illness. So she had flagged this issue for us and wanted to ensure that we raised the important question of whether the trees on the western boundary would be preserved. So I appreciate the speaker coming out to highlight that, and also appreciate both the applicant and city administration stating their intent and desire to see those trees retained to the greatest extent possible. I think it is important to acknowledge that there, maybe some changes or maintenance needed in the area, but we have city bylaw and a strong city policy basis that speaks to the value and importance of retaining mature trees. So I'm really pleased that they'll fall within the future greenway. And I hope for a solution that allows those to be retained to the largest degree possible for the future. So thank you, and look forward to supporting this bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of 3.24 and 3.25.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20732 and charter bylaw 20733.
Second. Please vote for consideration. Oh, final reading, sorry, final reading. Here you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jans? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are on to our next item. Charter bylaw 20721 to allow for a small-scale commercial center, Glengarry. This was exempted by Councillor Principe. Councillor Principe, would you like to have a presentation from administration?
Thank you for asking, Mr. Mayor, but I do not need a presentation.
Okay, and we'll go to Renan Swans to answer questions only, though. So, do you have questions to the proponent, Councillor Principe?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll do that then. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Speaker Sones, thank you for being here today. I do have a couple of quick questions. Just what is the intention for what type of commercial that we're looking at this site? What is the intention?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Principe. As you're well aware, I mean, there is a permitted uses list that includes a variety of different things. Under the CN zone, as of right now, the owner's intentions are to continue to operate the site as it has been for quite some time with health service type uses, medical offices, things like that. They are exploring other opportunities like child care service and things of that nature. But in general, the intentions are to maintain the existing nature of the building.
Okay, wonderful, great. And then I just want to ensure that the applicant is aware that they're responsible for all the costs associated with the on-street fire protection infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we see on many infill type applications, there are oftentimes deficits in hydrant infrastructure or pipes. And we can go through the infill fire protection assessment process when it comes to a development permit and see if we can have some of those waived if it's functionally compliant, and otherwise if they did need to make upgrades, then yeah, we'd be open to those types of discussions as well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for those answers. That's great. I'm
Yeah.
ready to close the bylaw, Mr. Mayor, anytime, if there are no other questions.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Principe. At this time, I will ask if there are other questions to the proponent. I see none. No one is in opposition. Any questions to administration? Well, seeing none, no new information or questions on new information. No? Okay, Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move closure of public hearing of item 3.26.
Second. Oh, someone else.
So
all right, whoever else it was.
Who?
Councillor Wright.
Councillor Wright. Okay, Councillor Wright. Please. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Mayor Sohi, the motion carried.
It carried, okay. First reading, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move first reading of Charter Bylaw 20721.
Second.
Councillor Wright, thank you. So we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Principe to close.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to say that I'm really impressed with this report. I want to thank administration because it's like they anticipated any questions I would be asking, and it was all addressed in the report. So I really appreciate that. That's why I had no questions for them. And I just wanted to say that I think that this is a fine example of the due diligence that administration does by ensuring that there's adequate on-street fire protection infrastructure. So I just wanted to say well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. All right, so please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I will move second reading of Charter Bylaw 20721.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I will move consideration of third reading for Charter Bylaw 20721.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That is carried.
And I will move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20721.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that concludes the bylaws. Any notice of motions or notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4.